Chapter 1. On unknown planet in a galaxy far, far away, fires raged amidst the rubble of the ancient city. Lightning flashed and thunder boomed, and skies were a rolling blackness that obscured the sun. The ruins were 1,000 years old, and not much remained standing. Not after so much damage caused by plasma and blaster fire and powerful bombs used by the marching armies of sentients at war among themselves. It was just one of many battles waged between the armies of Sith and the Republic. No matter how hard they fought, the Republic forces led by valiant Jedi Knights never managed to fully extinguish the Sith Lords. But today, the Jedi were to be victorious. Two shapes moved in the rubble, both just shadows in the dark. Ordinary person would need a vision enhancer to see anything, let alone navigate the treacherous ensemble of stone, metal, and other composite materials. But these two weren't ordinary. They were Force users of high skill and great power. The Force was a mysterious energy field that is said to encompass the whole galaxy and all things within, binding them together, penetrating them, and making it all one living wholeness of massive, unimaginable power. Many people studied it for many lifetimes, until the start of the entire order of mystical scholars devoted to understanding of the Force. They came to realize that many seemingly magical feats like mind reading, telekinesis, healing, and others were just various uses of the Force. These scholars came to develop means of training young minds to better understand the Force and use it. They became the Jedi Order, protectors of the galactic civilization and knowledge. As the ages passed, the Jedi grew more powerful and knowledgeable. They came to realize that there was a dark aspect of the Force, Bogan. Later they called it just the dark side and chose not to study it because they sensed great power and danger within that current of the Force. But as it usually is, some Jedi thought they could do more good by studying the wholeness of the Force, which meant the dark side too. They chose to let go of the restraints of the Order. They actively sought ways to increase their powers in the Force. They believed it was wrong to limit oneself from reaching their maximum potential. That thinking led them to believe that if one could do something, why shouldn't he? Eventually, these revolutionaries were discovered as they openly started to try and convince their fellows to abandon security for the sake of unlimited knowledge and understanding. It led to an open schism in the Order and the First Jedi Internal War. The Dark Jedi lost, because their numbers and powers were lesser than those of their former brethren. But the seed of hatred was sown and it grew strong, fueled by the passion and anger of the former Jedi, who felt betrayed even though they were the traitors who struck first. They were exiled out of the known territories of the galaxy to roam alone and never return. The exiles were few. In time they stumbled upon a world full of strong dark side practitioners. They called themselves the Sith. The exiles saw great potential in those people and a hope for themselves. They conquered these people who viewed them as their gods who descended from heavens wielding awesome powers. In time the exiles and the Sith became one race separated in castes, but the leaders were descended from the exiles, who were mostly human, and were the strongest Force users. They became Sith Lords led by one supreme Sith Lord. They spread to several other worlds and formed their Sith Empire, but it was tiny when compared to many worlds of the Republic. In time, the Sith found their way back to the Republic, and it started a long sporadic series of Sith emergence and wars with the Republic and the Jedi. The Sith always caused massive devastation and deaths as living servants of the malevolent dark side of the Force. Each time they would be defeated, and yet never completely. Their knowledge remained behind in many forms, ready to corrupt those who would stumble upon it and dare to learn. And so it happened again. A lone and curious Jedi Knight Tyrion Sorrel discovered accidentally a lost Sith holocron on his journeys, and he studied it since he was fascinated by the history of the Jedi Dark Brethren. The device was very powerful, much more than Tyrion suspected, and its dark side energy corrupted the Jedi slowly. So subtly he never even saw what was going on with him. As the old saying went, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Tyrion used gained knowledge to accomplish some of his Jedi tasks and saw nothing wrong with that. So he sought more knowledge, wanting to do more good. And his fate was sealed. In time he forgot his old self and caution and greedily immersed himself in the Sith lore, thus becoming what he stared into for too long. A new Sith Lord was born, Darth Avarice. And Darth Avarice did as many Sith before him, He started a war to conquer the galaxy under his rule, for he believed he could rule better than some ordinary mortals. He worked long and in secret created a sect of Force-sensitive followers who were seduced by his promises of power, justice, and greatness. But again, the Jedi proved too numerous and too strong to be defeated, and Darth Avarice was on the run. Darth Avarice managed to evade the Jedi for some time, but one Jedi remained on his trail, and they were now on this ancient planet doing battle with each other. Massive pieces of stone and metal were flung around telekinetically. Lightning attacks were repelled by the Force shield, and lightsabers hummed and twanged loudly whenever they clashed. Red versus azure blue cast eerie light around, uncovering the fighters. One was a man in his 40s, in black clothes and armor, his face snarling and his eyes yellow and crimson. He was the mighty Sith Lord. His enemy was a huge hairy Wookiee, Jedi Master Dubak, whose great strength was a massive addition to his exceptional Force powers. "Surrender now, Tyrion, and the Jedi Council may show leniency," Dubak's translator said as the Jedi kept his guard. Darth Avarice hissed at hearing his old name that meant nothing to him anymore. "Never. I shall win and return at a later time to prevail against the Republic and you fools. The power of the dark side can't be denied." But Avarice wasn't a fool. His enemy was 68 years old and still vigorous as if he was 20. And Dubak was a famous sword fighter whose strength and speed were legendary, and his Force powers were great as well. Old Tyrion Sorrel wouldn't stand a chance. But not Darth Avarice, who possessed a great knowledge of the Sith powers. Sadly, he didn't have time to master them all, but one technique jumped in his mind. It was truly his last resort. He unleashed a barrage of lightning and debris at the Wookiee and retreated whilst focusing his immense hatred and anger. He rediscovered an ancient dark side power to warp the very fabric of space and time, a way to unleash the hyperspace storm. It was a monstrous technique able to raise whole fleets of ships or cities at once. Or one could use it to fling objects across the interstellar distance, depending how good their control was. It was nearly impossible to control such things, yet at the moment Darth Avarice considered it an acceptable risk. He nearly laughed at the sight of the blue-gray vortex of energies he summoned. He was doing it. Then something caught his attention. It was a white-blue shaft of energy protruding from his chest. He stared at it, realizing he was mortally wounded by Dubak's lightsaber, while said Jedi Master was rapidly retreating, considering his ever-shrinking figure in the distance. Avarice had only enough time to swear loudly as the vortex descended and collapsed, causing a massive explosion that was visible for kilometers around. Avarice's last thought was that at least his killer would die with him, and it didn't make him as happy as he would have liked. 10 minutes after the explosion, a large pile of rubble exploded and bleeding Master Dubak crawled out, coughing and roaring happily. He managed to jump in a large hole and cover it with much debris to protect himself from the blast wave, and his Force shielding helped too. He patted his dirty fur and begun to trek towards his ship. He sighed. He lost his lightsaber. It would be difficult to make another that was as good. Several kilometers from Konoha, a blinding flash of light pulsed and died too quickly to be seen by anybody. Something dropped on the grassy ground. It was a corpse, blackened and misshapen, giving an impression that something fried it and then stepped on it for fun. It wasn't impossible in the world of ninja, not with all those jutsus and summons. But to the former inhabitant of said corpse it wasn't known, and he didn't really care. Darth Avarice's invisible spirit hovered over his charred flesh, marveling at the fact that he somehow survived the blast and the lightsaber stabbing. But he had no time to think. His spirit needed a place of power to nourish its preternatural existence, and so he cast his mind around to sense the Force. To his luck, he found it only a short distance away, a small settlement of humans, and there was a lot of hate and fear there. Also, he could sense a dark, malicious presence there, a focal point that might suit his needs. He flew across the eddies of the Force, which was somehow different here, but not enough to matter to him. He was quick to notice a strange barrier around the village. It held some presence in the Force, but not enough to stop him or even react to his presence. He focused his senses and flew across the primitive settlement, only to find a lone human child of 6 years. It was strange how dual the boy's presence was. He was sad and lonely, Yet in him Darth Avarice sensed a massive hate and destructive instinct. The blonde boy was also quite strong in the Force. His mind was naturally blocking out his hate and anger. Darth Avarice saw a great potential here, so he studied the boy closer. He saw it then, a flash of the strangest image he ever encountered. There was a massive energy-based entity within the child, a prisoner who was actually a source of the massive hate he sensed. He licked his non-material lips and dived within the boy, who shuddered at the sudden cold in his stomach. Darth Avarice was surprised to find himself in front of the huge cage with some strange symbols on it. Then two large eyes appeared within the cage and they blasted Avarice with massive dose of angry killing intent. Avarice just stood there and took it without blinking. He waved his hand and the feeling subsided. "Who are you, intruder?" The voice shook the chamber. Darth Avarice wasn't impressed, but he chose to be careful and be polite. "I am Darth Avarice, the Dark Lord of the Sith. Forgive me on my intrusion, but I was curious about your presence within the child that caught my attention. I wasn't aware it was possible for something so vast and powerful to exist within a human." Kyuubi no Kitsune blinked at the apparently dead human, who somehow appeared inside the seal and was able to talk to him even though he obviously didn't speak human tongue. He sensed an opportunity here and chose to restrain his impulse to blast the spirit away. "You speak well for the one who died. I am Mighty Kyuubi, the nine-tailed fox. I can cause mountains to crumble, seas to rise, and storms to wreak havoc and destruction. I am immortal." "I see, well, I'm honored, Kyuubi. Cease the human prattle. Let us hear what is your interest with my host." Kyuubi growled, narrowing his eyes. He was very possessive of his container as he was already preparing it to serve his purpose. Darth Avarice grinned evilly. "Oh, nothing much. I thought to possess him and take his body as mine, but then you are here and his mind is already pretty powerful. But I need a nexus of hate and anger to latch onto to survive somehow. I'd like to stay with you and survive. In turn, I will help your host to become so powerful that no one will be able to stand in his path and survive. In doing it, I sense you would gain your revenge. Am I right?" Kyuubi growled as he thought about it. The spirit was in his domain, at his mercy, and it was offering to train his host to become powerful. Maybe strong enough to kill that filthy Uchiha? "What powers can you teach to my host? I have a strong enemy, someone with chakra even more evil than mine." Darth Avarice shrugged. In theory, he could learn to do anything he wants to, if he has the strength and patience. He will be able to see future, past, and present. He will learn to move things with his mind, to create illusions that seem real. In time, he will be able to kill with just a thought and much, much more. He is strong in the Force, more than I was when I was just a Jedi. Kyuubi liked what he heard, but this spirit was obviously evil, maybe even more so than that Uchiha. But for now, it was weak and in his power. And if his host became so strong, well, that was good and very bad for the Uchiha vermin. "You may stay, spirit, and teach my host to be strong." Darth Avarice bowed and grinned in response. "Oh, I will make him strong. There is no doubt about that." "Good. I normally don't like humans and I wouldn't care at all if you possess this one. But since he is my host, I can't allow that. So mark my words, O dead one. If you do try to trick me or my host, there will be hell to pay," Kyuubi said while exuding a missive killing intent that made the boy who contained both entities shiver violently. "I understand you perfectly, Kyuubi," Darth Avarice said with smirk. "I will keep my word and do my best to make your host strong. And I will not posses him." With that being cleared, Avarice faded from the cage and found himself staring at the blonde child, who gazed at the moon with longing and sadness that made Avarice sick. He had grown numb to such feelings and considered them weaknesses. He focused on the boy and his thoughts, and he smiled cruelly at what he saw there. His name was Uzumaki Naruto, and he was hated by everyone in Konoha for no apparent reason, and he had no friends except for the old leader of the village. He hated being bullied by older kids, and he hated being ignored and alone. But he couldn't do anything to change that, so he was just sad and lonely, yet the hope still lingered in his heart. Someday he would be famous and respected, like Hokage was. Darth Avarice chuckled. This boy was perfect candidate for becoming his apprentice. He focused his energy and the boy gaped at his presence. He sent waves of calm and controlled the boy's reactions. Relax, boy. I'm not here to hurt you. What are you? Naruto said, feeling very afraid. He heard many scary ghost tales. I'm a spirit sent to help you, Naruto. Naruto panicked. It was a ghost. I said I'm here to help you, boy. Darth Avarice growled. So stop being scaredy cat and talk to me, or I'm never returning. Naruto grew scared he would lose this one being who acknowledged his existence. I'm sorry, I was just surprised. Please don't go. All right, relax, I won't go away. Tell me, are you happy? Naruto grew sad again and shook his head. You're alone and nobody likes you, right? Naruto nodded. And would you like to change that? Naruto nodded vigorously again, not trusting himself to speak. How? I dunno, I guess I want to be strong and wise like the old man. He is the Hokage and everyone likes him. Ah, so you want to be strong and respected. I can help you with that, but it won't be easy or fast. I'm not afraid of hard work, Naruto stated, staring at the spirit hard for the first time. His eyes grew steely, determined. There was power in his voice now. Darth Avarice nodded in satisfaction. This one was not afraid. Then I shall take you as my apprentice, Naruto, Avarice said and showed to Naruto his black-clad form and his glowing yellow-red eyes. Naruto didn't blink. Konoha was full of red-eyed freaky ninja. I accept, Naruto said, and Avarice laughed, sending shivers down Naruto's back. Welcome to the Sith Order, Naruto. I will be your master. Call me Master Avarice. And in distance one masked man stood up as the rain showered his black-cloaked form. He was suddenly very worried about something. But the moment passed and he focused on his next destination, Konoha. He had a student to educate on finer points of the Genjutsu casting with the Sharingan. He was a promising one, but not exactly in the way he expected. Perhaps his brother would be worth watching as well. He vanished. Chapter 2. 7 years passed since Naruto met his master. Darth Avarice kept his word and taught the boy great many things about the Force, especially about the dark side, and Naruto absorbed those lessons like a sponge. By the time he was enrolled at the Academy for Ninjas, Naruto was a different person. He wasn't a cheery idiot with loud voice and clothes that begged for their wearer's death. No, he was silent and attentive. He didn't attract attention, and he didn't really try to make any friends over years of his attendance. Most of the kids ignored him anyway or shied away from him because their parents told them he was bad. Naruto was fine with that. He had better things to do than making meaningless friendships. He learned all he could about being ninja. Those lessons only reinforced what he learned from his disembodied master. The deception was key to victory, to survival, and that one had to do all he can to survive in the harsh world of ninja. He mastered his emotions first under Darth Avarice, mainly his fear. It was the first and most important part of being a Force user, be it Jedi or Sith. Later he learned to see without his eyes, to hear without his ears, and finally, he mastered the art of sensing the world through the Force itself, and that lesson was the second most important. He would never be blind or deaf, nor he would succumb to any stupid chakra illusion, which was a pale, useless thing next to Force-based illusions and mind-bending tricks. He learned to trust the Force to guide his decisions, his moves in combat, and to empower his body and mind. He learned to move things without touching them, or to sense other people's thoughts and emotions. That ability disabused him of any hope for being accepted by the village. It was a harsh and cold truth. He discovered why was he hated so much, and that cemented his dislike of Konoha. He had no loyalty to the village that used him to survive Kyuubi's attack. Instead, he chose to use them too. It was really pragmatic, as everyone used each other anyway. Bakers made bread for others who made tools for bakers. Civilians provided infrastructural support for ninjas who were protectors and fundraisers. And it was just a practical division of duties, since no one could do all of it at once. The village used Naruto as their sacrifice and scapegoat, and he was going to use the village to gain power and victory over his most dangerous enemies. If he could get away with it, he would have left the village already. But he knew that other villages wouldn't be better than Konoha, so he stayed. In fact, he didn't plan on staying in any village. He already decided to work for his own goals. During his years at the academy, he was very focused on training, so he trained ninja arts during the day and his force skills during nights and mornings. He didn't need to sleep more than 2 or 3 hours a day because of his demon's healing power and due to his force meditations. In fact, he could go for days without sleep or eating, but he chose not to overdo it. He learned how to use chakra and how to control it better with the help of the force, so he was ahead of his peers in every way. He just didn't show off. Chakra did have one unforeseen effect on Naruto. The only thing that Darth Avarice found worthy about it made Naruto stronger, more resistant to devastating effects that the dark side had on its users, which in turn staved off or even removed mind-altering effects it had on the Sith. The dark side required powerful emotions to be used, and in turn it increased those emotions, thus changing the personalities of the Sith. And that was the result of inherent weakness in all sentients who used the Force. Their bodies were not as powerful as the dark side, and it was the reason it wreaked havoc on them and their minds. Even the ordinary Jedi would feel exhausted after intense usage of the Force. That's why they trained their minds to refine their control and channeling to improve their abilities. Same went for the Sith, but limits were there and quite hard to bypass. It seemed that Naruto had a way to endure ravages of the dark side. And now he was to graduate from the academy and become a full-fledged ninja of the village he detested. It was the last day when a final exam was held. It involved a show of proficiency with basic jutsus taught by the academy. It was to be the Bunshin, a flimsy, non-corporeal illusion of the caster being multiplied. It required a fine chakra control since it didn't need much chakra to execute. Henge and Kawarimi were more chakra intensive. Naruto sucked at Bunshins, but he had the force on his side and he was quite certain he would pass the exam. He watched as students were called for testing one by one. He was going to be the last due to his name. Most of his classmates were average and wouldn't make much of themselves. But some had great potential, like that Uchiha Sasuke. Too bad he was so screwed in his head. That was going to ruin him, Naruto thought. The last Uchiha was very talented and focused, but he was also full of hate for the man who murdered his whole clan. It was his own older brother whom he idolized so much, only to get spared as worthless of being killed by his hand. Sasuke swore to get his revenge one day and lived only for it. Naruto felt amused by such attitude, because it was shit Sasuke didn't train like he was obsessed no matter what he believed. Naruto knew of at least one kid who would put Sasuke's determination to shame. Too bad that the guy was a weird freak with green spandex obsession. Sasuke believed he only needed his Sharingan to grow strong, and that attitude was idiotic to the extreme. The last Uchiha was surprisingly arrogant, believing he was some big shot just for being an Uchiha and the Rookie of the Year. He forgot his brother was already a Jonin of high level at the same age. Uzumaki Naruto, come in. Irika's voice was heard from the examination room and Naruto calmly left his seat and entered. "Hi, sensei," he said while nodding respectfully. Irika was a tall young man with dark tan and a large scar across his nose and cheeks. He was one of the few who stopped hating Naruto, and the boy respected him for that. "All right, you know the deal. Make 3 clones and you pass. Start when you're ready." Naruto nodded and formed a hand seal, and suddenly there were 3 more Narutos in the room. Irika looked pleased and his assistant, Toji Mizuki, looked surprised, and Naruto felt his anger at him. That was usual for Mizuki, who was angry at everyone, even his supposedly best pal Irika. He just hid it well. Naruto suspected Mizuki was a spy or traitor, but he never saw the man do something of the sort. "Good job, Naruto." Irika was genuinely pleased. "You can have your headband. Congratulations." Naruto took one of several headbands and tied it to his biceps. He grinned. He passed so easily and nobody would know how. He actually used the Force to make an illusion of 3 clones, and his teachers didn't understand what happened because he didn't use chakra for them. Oh, he did channel chakra, but it was just to cover his tracks. "Easy." "Thanks, sensei. See you around." "Sure, Naruto." Irika chuckled and watched as Naruto strutted away. He had a feeling that Naruto was going to do big things. He walked out the academy ignoring stares and whispers of the villagers who were always worried he might do something to them with his power. He was going to, but not what they expected. Oh yes, Naruto smirked as he walked. He was going to make them realize some things, but when he deemed it appropriate, not when they expected it. He was very surprised when Mizuki came to see him at the same afternoon. When Naruto opened the door, Mizuki was all smiles. Naruto saw through it and smirked inwardly. Mizuki was going to try something. "Hey sensei, what's up? Can I come in, Naruto? I have something important to tell you." "Sure." Naruto stepped aside and the treacherous sensei entered. He sat at Naruto's table and looked around. Naruto's place was very ordinary. Just a small bachelor's apartment consisting of one big room and bathroom. There was a small wardrobe, one bed, and small kitchen set for cooking and the fridge. Mizuki once lived in similar place. "I'll be quick about this, Naruto. I'm here to give you the real genin exam." "What?" Naruto was surprised. Mizuki smirked, enjoying the boy's surprise. Oh, he was going to pull this off after all. "Did you really believe that just a simple bunshin would be enough to become a genin?" Naruto frowned. "Well, I was a bit disappointed." "Good, because this isn't a cakewalk, Naruto. Your test is a mock-up of the infiltrate and steal scenario, just like you have been taught at the academy." "What's the objective?" "You have to infiltrate the Hokage's tower and steal a particular scroll. Don't worry, you'll have a fair chance for this to work. The security is low tonight. I mean, nobody expects a fresh genin to do this for real," Mizuki explained with earnest expression. Naruto didn't fall for it, not for 1 second. Mizuki pulled out a small scroll. "Here are your instructions and follow them carefully. Destroy the scroll after memorizing it." Naruto took the scroll and Mizuki stood up. He left the apartment with an insincere good luck to Naruto. Naruto read the scroll and smiled at the empty air where his master hovered unseen to everybody but him. "What do you think, my apprentice?" Darth Avarice asked. "It's a setup, what else?" "Of course. What will you do?" Naruto grinned evilly. "I'll think of something appropriate. Mizuki will get his deserved punishment one way or another." Mizuki was cursing to himself as he was racing through the forest towards his cottage. It was pretty far away and isolated. He chose its location to meet Naruto after he stole the forbidden scroll so he could get rid of the brat without witnesses. But the kid managed to steal the scroll without being seen, and now Mizuki couldn't lay the blame on the demon brat in convincing manner. He had to kill him and get rid of his body and probably run with the scroll immediately instead of waiting for a better time to do it unseen and unsuspected. He grinned as he saw the boy wait for him like a lamb for slaughter. "What took you so long, Mizuki-sensei?" Naruto said while holding up a large scroll that was actually the most prized possession of Konoha. It contained the most powerful forbidden jutsus known to the village, and only Hokages ever read them or added new ones. Naruto learned a few this evening. Mizuki jumped down before his soon-to-be victim and shrugged. "Sorry, kiddo, I had some duties to perform before this one. You did a great job. Nobody could identify the identity of the thief. Hokage-sama was impressed by your skill. So I passed, eh?" "With flying colors, Naruto," Mizuki chuckled. "In fact, you've done so well that I've decided to be nice and tell you a secret." "What secret?" Naruto asked curiously. "Did you know that Sandaime passed a law when you were born? It's the one everyone knows about except for you and your generation." "Oh, you mean about me and Kyubi?" Naruto said with smile and shrug. Mizuki gaped in surprise. He was shocked. Naruto stared at Mizuki with amusement. "I've known for a while, Mizuki-sensei. Some people just can't keep secrets." Naruto took the secret out of the mind of some old bastard before he killed him. He made sure it looked like a brain stroke. You little bastard," Mizuki growled. "You've been deceiving us the whole time." "Of course I did, but don't worry. I'm not Kyubi, but then you don't care. You tried to set me up for this theft, and now I'm going to show you the meaning of pain." "So you know my little plan, eh?" Mizuki said. "It doesn't matter. I'll kill you and hide the scroll." They'll believe you stole it and escaped with it. I'll get it later and disappear. Nice, but don't you think you forgot one tiny detail in that plan? What detail? Mizuki scowled, pulling out his kunai. What makes you so sure you'll manage to kill me? Naruto asked as he drew his own kunai. Mizuki grinned viciously. Funny, very funny, Uzumaki. I can beat dozens of you anytime I want. He lunged at Naruto, who sidestepped and kicked at the back of his knee. Mizuki leapt ahead and twisted, landing face to face with Naruto again. Nice try, brat, but I'm not playing games anymore. Die! Mizuki blurred and flashed close to Naruto and swung quickly. Naruto dodged the blade, but he received a few shallow cuts on shoulders and left cheek. Mizuki kicked at his sternum and Naruto flew back coughing blood. Mizuki appeared in front of him and grinned. Did you really believe you were up to my level, kid? I hate you brats, you have no idea what is really out there in the real world. Goodbye, demon brat. He dashed low, ready to plunge his kunai in Naruto's head. But Naruto moved impossibly fast and extended his hand, sending another kunai out of his sleeve, and it struck Mizuki's eye so hard it threw the traitorous Chunin on his back. Idiot! Naruto growled. I had to make it look like self-defense. I could have killed you in 1 second. Stupid Chunin, thinking he was something special. Let's finish this show. Naruto created 2 shadow clones who gathered Mizuki's corpse, and he took the forbidden scroll. It was time to face the Sandaime and convince him of his story. Halt in the name of Sandaime Hokage! Someone shouted at Naruto and his clones as they were walking through the forest near a populated zone. He was on his way to Sandaime's office in Hokage's tower. It was one lone ANBU, a member of the elite force directly answerable to Hokage. They were the best in the village who performed on regular basis missions of the highest importance and risk. In short, they were black ops who did whatever was asked of. Identities were kept secret for plausible deniability and to protect them later on when they quit. To make the clear picture of their job, it was enough to say that they were Hokage's personal genies in the lamp. He would say this or that had to be done, and they would go at it until it was done, no matter the risk or their survival. Every village had their version of such elite organizations, and the members were utterly loyal to their Kage. Naruto probed this one with the force and relaxed. He wasn't one of Danzo's root agents. Danzo, fully named Shimura Danzo, was a powerful figure in Konoha's military and political structure, and his influence was significant. He had many backers, secret and open, who agreed with his attitude that Konoha was too soft and peaceful for a hidden village. Danzo believed in war and power as means of security and prosperity. He also disliked emotional subordinates. He was of the thought that all ninja were just tools who served their purpose and that emotion was just a weakness for them. He was willing to do anything to accomplish his goal, a powerful and prosperous Konoha with ninjas who were elites and unflinchingly loyal. During the previous war, he formed and led a secret branch of ANBU, the Root. Its mandate was to weaken Konoha's enemies and sabotage them. Also, it was supposed to be the ultimate weapon with suicidally loyal agents. Near the end of the last war, Konoha was winning and Danzo's project was officially terminated. But just on the surface, because Danzo managed to keep his agents active but in secret, totally off the record, and he spread his network slowly. He commanded his own private section of ANBU who were mixed with regular ANBU, and he was using them as he saw fit. And that included sending them on unsanctioned missions against any perceived threat to Konoha. In his years at the head of the Root Division, Danzo has managed to stop many conflicts and threats. In fact, he was keeping the balance of forces in the world. He operated thinking that his aged former friend Hiruzen Sarutobi, Sandaime Hokage, was unaware of all that. It was a lie. Sarutobi knew that his old friend was running his root core around under his nose. But he chose to let him get away with it as long as he was keeping low profile and didn't try to betray the village. Naruto knew all these things because his master liked to snoop around and observe the village when he wasn't teaching him. Darth Avarice was the perfect spy, and Naruto knew identities of root agents by simply searching for their loyalty seals drawn on their tongues. Danzo gave them to every root member so they couldn't talk about root or him no matter how much they wanted to. Umbu-san, I have the scroll. I was going to return it to the old man Hokage, Naruto explained when the masked ninja landed in front of him. His mask was polished wood and ceramic melded together, forming a very resistant material. It was owl-shaped, so his code name was Owl probably. And what's with the corpse of the Chunin? If I'm not mistaken, he is one of the academy teachers. Owl said, still suspicious. Naruto nodded and started to send waves of trust through the force to calm him down. That's right, Umbu-san, he is Toji Mizuki, my former instructor at the academy. He was the one who told me to steal the scroll and showed me exactly how to bypass the security systems around it. He tried to kill me when he came to meet me at his cottage. I had to defend myself. You stole the scroll? Why did you listen to that suggestion from him? He said it was the real Genin exam and I had no reason to suspect he was lying. I mean, it was kinda easy to pass the one we had that day. Naruto explained. There was no real exam, wasn't it? There is one actually, but that is given by your future Jounin sensei. Alright, I believe you, Uzumaki. I'm taking you straight to the Hokage via Shunshin no Jutsu. I think you should not be seen tonight by anyone but me or my colleagues. Wait until my team arrives to take Mizuki's body. 15 minutes later, Naruto was in Sarutobi's office with Owl. Sandaime took the scroll from Naruto and set it down next to his chair. Thank you, Owl, you may leave, Sandaime said, and the Umbu agent disappeared through the floor via some sinking through stone jutsu. I'm in trouble, old man, aren't I? Naruto said as he stood in front of the only man he respected genuinely. Sarutobi was the only person he remembered that was always kind to him. In the last few years their contacts were less frequent, but it was necessary. The old man was always busy and Naruto had his own training to do. But he always got his birthday presents from the aged leader, which meant a lot to him despite everything he believed about Konoha. I don't think so, Naruto. Sandaime smiled as he lit his trusted old pipe. You did return the scroll after all, and that proves you were just set up by Mizuki. Don't worry. My men will confirm your words. I shouldn't have trusted him, he was always weird. How? He was always smiling and good-natured with everyone. But that's why I suspected him. I mean, he was even nice to me, and that was weird. Even Irika-sensei hated me at first. I see. So tell me what happened, all of it in order. It would give me valuable evidence for further investigation. Naruto nodded. Sure. Mizuki-sensei came today after the exam to my place and told me that there was the real exam. He gave me the scroll with instructions how to get it without being seen and how to disarm those security seals around it. Strange, Sandaime frowned. A man of his rank couldn't have known about those seals and how to disarm them. They were my personal designs. I don't know how he got them. Someone must have told him, Naruto said and shrugged. Sandaime, on the other hand, had a very good idea. Anyway, we met at the cottage, and he was all nice until he told me about your little law about me. Sandaime froze for a second, then sagged in the chair, feeling the guilt. So you know of your burden. Naruto nodded. His eyes were steel. I wasn't too happy to learn I was being hated for something I wasn't responsible in the first place. And more than that, you lied to me my whole life. Were you ever going to tell me? I was, after you became Chunin. It sounded weak and Naruto snorted. Sandaime sighed sadly. I'm sorry, Naruto. I was just trying to give you a normal childhood. You were just a baby and no one could expect a child to be able to handle that knowledge. The law I made was to give you the chance with your generation since it was obvious that the adults were quite against you. It didn't work, did it? Naruto was bitter. Well, he wasn't really, but one had to keep up pretenses. Someone might find it tad strange if he took the news calmly. I'm sorry, my boy. I tried my best, but even I can't make people love someone just like that. No one can. I know, old man, I do. It wasn't about being loved, you know. I just hated being ignored and bullied for no apparent reason. They all glared at me and shunned me as soon as they saw me, like I was disease they feared. In time things will be better. Trust me, Naruto. Sandaime said with much hope and conviction in his voice. Maybe we'll see. Naruto appeared undecided, but it was enough to Sandaime, who smiled gently. It will be better. Just wait and see. Can I finish my report? I'm getting sick at your sweet mushy words, Naruto said in an annoyed tone that made Sandaime chuckle. As I said, Mizuki-sensei attempted to kill me and we fought. He was quite strong and fast, but he made one error in his plan. What was it? Naruto grinned wide. He forgot I could read the scroll after disabling all those seals on it. I learned Shadow Clone no Jutsu and it saved my ass tonight. You did that in just one night? Sandaime was shocked. Heh, in just an hour or two actually. Sandaime stared at the blonde in amazement. He knew Naruto was capable, but that was brilliant. To be able to master a Jonin rank jutsu in just 2 hours, well, that was on the level of genius he didn't see since Orochimaru was his student. Tell me, Naruto, did you happen to read more than one jutsu? Sandaime was ready to eat his hat if Naruto didn't. You know me too well, old man. I did read several of them, but most were too complicated to memorize or to even understand quickly. That's why I just memorized exploding clone jutsu. But there was no description of the shadow shuriken technique. It was just mentioned there. I know, it's not as chakra-intensive as those two you know, Sandaime said. You did well not to mess with the rest of the jutsu. They are forbidden for a reason. Since you've shown some prudence on that matter, I'll give you instructions how to perform the shadow shuriken jutsu. Is that all right? That's just fine, old man. Naruto was happy. Tell me the rest of the story, Naruto. Okay, as I was saying, Mizuki-sensei was really strong, but he was caught off guard when I summoned some shadow clones. He got me on the ground and tried to stab me in the head, but one of my clones jumped him and gave me a chance to kill him first. I got him with my kunai in the eye. He was dead instantly. You don't seem to regret what occurred, Sandaime stated, feeling half worried. I had my moment of freaking out in the forest, old man, Naruto stated coolly. But I don't regret saving myself. I never will. He was a traitor and he tried to kill me. Of course, Naruto, I was just worried for your sake. It can't have been easy to discover all those things and stay calm. Yeah, well, I stayed cool all my life and I'm not about to change now. I've got my whole life ahead. I will not waste it crying about what happened. I got to learn from my mistakes and move on. Sarutobi nodded, admiring Naruto's tenacity. That boy never cried about his life and never complained. He just went forward, stubbornly refusing to back down when things became difficult, which was always in his case. It was a trait both of his parents shared. All right, Naruto, you go home and I'll settle this matter, Sarutobi said and watched Naruto go. As soon as he was gone, Owl rose from the floor like a ghost. Sarutobi stared at his agent hard. Follow him and make sure nothing untoward's happened to him, or I'll be most displeased. Report to me only if he does something strange. Is he still a suspect of foul play then? Hardly. I'm just worried he might do something rash in his state. He just discovered the truth about Kyuubi and himself. And his teacher tried to kill him. He might seem fine for now, but he could snap any moment. But if he stays calm until dawn, he'll probably be just fine. Hi, Hokage-sama. If I may say so, he's one tough brat. I thought you didn't like him, Sarutobi said in surprise. I'm just saying he is strong. But I still think he is just trouble waiting to happen. Maybe, but he is our creation, Owl-san, and we have to bear it. Naruto is a victim here. He was never given a choice in his life. Owl just bowed and sunk in the floor again. Sarutobi just shook his head in amusement. Owl always did that when he couldn't win an argument. Chapter 3. Naruto, move out of that seat. Sakura screeched angrily at the young Sith apprentice, completely unaware of the fact she was ordering around maybe the most deadly person alive. Luckily for her, Naruto wasn't offended, since something so trivial like pink-haired Sasuke fangirl didn't even register on his list of people who mattered. Very few did actually. He glanced at stiff Sasuke and smirked evilly. Sure, Haruno, I'm moving already. He drawled, enjoying Sasuke's growing horror as his fangirls, the worst of them being Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura, surrounded his position in all-out fight for the seat next to him. Naruto found a new place to sit at, next to Shikamaru Nara. Shikamaru was currently not asleep. He just sat in his chair with the expression of utter boredom. Which wasn't strange. Shikamaru was so smart that everything was boring to him except sleeping, playing shogi, or watching clouds. "Wasn't that cruel, Uzumaki?" he asked Naruto, who was still smirking. "Nah. The Uchiha deserves all the attention he can get. His ego can stand anything. Troublesome. That's what you and he are." "Really? I'm sure you won't do a thing about it." Shikamaru just shook his head. They both looked at Irika, who used his big head jutsu to scare away Sasuke's fans. Sasuke glared at Naruto, promising retribution, and Naruto just chuckled in turn. "All right, everyone. Again, I congratulate you on graduating from the academy. You are now real ninjas of this village, and this isn't training anymore. Remember what you learned and you'll be fine. I expect you to do your duties with utmost diligence and not to dishonor your village. From now on, you'll be placed in teams of 3 under the tutelage of your Jounin sensei. Team 1 is Akihara Rei, Sumiru Toki." Irika begun droning as Sasuke's fans awaited who among them will end upon his squad. There were a lot of possibilities. Team 7 under Jounin Hatake Kakashi, Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke. Irika winced as the little banshee screamed in victory, and Uzumaki Naruto. Irika paled as he was hit by a feeling of utter dread and he saw Naruto's cold stare. He swallowed a lump in his throat and continued shakily to announce other teams. He hoped Naruto didn't consider him responsible for his placement. It was Hokage's decision in the end. An hour passed since Jounin senseis came and picked up their future students. Naruto was pretty pissed off at being placed in the same cell as Sasuke and Sakura. He didn't like them and the feeling was mutual. The only person who was happy to be on Team 7 was Sakura, since it was her dream to end up together with Sasuke. Sasuke was clearly unhappy for being saddled with 2 burdens. Like usual, he thought he was the only one who mattered and that he could do everything and everyone else was just insignificant in comparison with his Uchiha tragedy in life. Naruto was amused by his irritation caused by Sakura's fawning and hopeful attempts to gain his attention. The girl was persistent, if nothing else. Finally, he got fed up with them, their no-show Jounin sensei, and he was hungry. He started to walk away. "What are you doing, Naruto?" Sakura asked in surprise. "I'm leaving. It's obvious our sensei isn't going to show up." "You can't go," she screeched. "Watch me." Naruto waved and disappeared through the door after dropping a smoke bomb. Sasuke and Sakura just stared in shock. "Sasuke-kun, what do we do?" Sakura asked, feeling very scared. Her parents always warned her not to mix up with Naruto. He was trouble, they said. It seemed they were right. Sasuke sat down and assumed his cool sitting pose. He knew it was cool. He practiced in front of his mirrors. "Who cares what that moron does, as long as he doesn't get in my way?" Sasuke was so cool. Sakura blushed and smiled coyly. 2 hours later, Sakura was silent and slouched in her chair. Sasuke still looked cool and so Uchiha-like. They perked up as the door to their classroom slid open. A man entered. They were surprised by his appearance. He was slouched and had gravity-defying silver hair. But the rest of him was covered by clothes. He wore gloves with cut-off fingers, a standard Jounin vest over black long-sleeved shirt, black pants and sandals. His face was mostly covered by the black basque and his left eye was hidden below a wide headband that was slanted for that purpose. He looked weird, especially with that small red book in his left hand. "You're Team 7? My first impression of you. Where's the 3rd member of your team?" Sakura wanted to die of shame. Her first meeting with Sensei was ruined. He was sure to be mad at them for letting Naruto go. Sasuke, on the other hand, just scowled before deigning to explain what happened. "He left some time ago. He was convinced you wouldn't come." "Huh." Kakashi was surprised. It was the first time that someone decided not to wait on him. That was different. Then he watched with mild amusement as his students to be fidgeted slightly as he was thinking. It gave him an idea. He was genius. "All right, I suppose it has to be this way. I'm going to give you a test to see if you're worthy of being my students." "What?" Sakura asked in shock, much to Kakashi's amusement. Did you really think that to be genin you only had to make some bunshin? Both genin frowned, realizing what was being said. The academy was just checking out their grasp on basics of being ninja, obviously. Kakashi chuckled loudly as he saw them make the connection. You see, only we Jounin senseis can decide if one is fit to be a ninja. Since your third man is gone and you can't become my students without him, this is your test. Find Uzumaki Naruto. Make sure he is with you two on top of this building in 3 hours. I don't care how, but all 3 of you must be there within 3 hours or you fail my test, and can go back to the academy for another year of test begins now. He chuckled as they tore out of the room and slowly went to the roof. This was great, he was getting rid of another team of annoying kids. Sasuke and Sakura were already on one of the numerous roofs of the village trying to spot Naruto. Sasuke was fairly pissed at the blonde kid. Who was he to stand in his way? In all honesty, Sasuke didn't know a thing about Naruto. Oh, they did know each other, but nothing beyond casual contacts during their classes. To Sasuke, Naruto was just another run-of-the-mill clanless kid who wouldn't amount to much as ninja. While he was the last Uchiha, one of the elite who were born and bred for this. He had to become a genin. He needed to learn all things to advance in ranks and power so he could achieve his true goal to kill that man. And Naruto was jeopardizing that, which was unforgivable. Where is he? Sasuke muttered and Sakura heard it. He could be anywhere, Sasuke-kun. But I know he likes to eat at Ichiraka's ramen stand. Maybe we can gather more information there. It's worth a try. Sasuke agreed after thinking about it. Let's go. They were at the stand 10 minutes later. It was just another food stand like many others in Konoha, but the Ichiraku's was known for its good ramen, so it was always busy. The owner was a man in his late 40s or early 50s, wearing white cook's clothing, and he had 2 helpers and his daughter who was the waitress when she didn't cook. There were 2 older ninjas who ate their food quickly and vanished after paying for it. Welcome to the Ichiraku's. My name is Ayam. What can I get you? Ichiraka's daughter said with warm smile. She was 15 and already a beautiful girl with light brown hair. We'd like to know where can we find Uzumaki Naruto? Sasuke said, preferring to be direct. Naruto-kun, Ayam asked in surprise. Why? Sakura smiled hesitatingly. Well, our sensei wants us to find him. It's just a test for us. Naruto is our teammate. Oh, I see. Well, you could try at his home. He lives in the apartment in the Ikkyoi sector. You know it? Ikkyoi was one of those poorer districts in Konoha, and a lot of ninjas who were single lived there. It was cheap, simple, but not safe. Many regular civilians tended to avoid the zone since hardier elements of society gravitated there. It was normal for any civilized settlement to have bad zones. We do. Do you know any other places? Sasuke asked. Not really. Ayam smiled apologetically, bowing to the Uchiha. I'm afraid Naruto-kun is a very private person. He likes to eat here, but he doesn't come as often as he used to. He's had a hard life, so he doesn't trust people like he used to. Sakura was curious now. I can't imagine him as a different person, Ayam-san. He's always so detached. Sasuke finished for her. That was the best way to describe Naruto. Oh, he smiled at times and made jokes, did his homework and studying just like everyone else. But he always seemed untroubled by anything, even by some teachers who openly disliked him for some reason. Naruto never got angry or insulted. He was like water, always somehow shifting around everything and staying untouched. At times when he thought about it, which was very rarely, Sasuke was creeped out by it. It reminded him somewhat of that man. I understand what you mean, Ayam said sadly. You should have seen him years ago. He was so vibrant, loud and caring. He used to wear orange, it was his favorite color in the world. He stopped when he started the academy. Now he's a shadow of his former self. I guess living alone for so long without friends or family got to him in the end. Is there any other place we could try? Sakura tried to get some more information. I don't know, perhaps he still goes to the Hokage mountain. He always liked to sit on Yandame's head. Yandame was his hero, you know. Sasuke saw this was it concerning Naruto. He bowed politely and walked away with Sakura in tow. Sakura, you go and check his apartment. I'll go to the mountain since I'm faster. We'll meet at the Hokage's tower in 30 minutes tops. It was fruitless. Naruto was simply gone. They tried a wide search across the village using rooftops as vantage points from which they scanned crowds and places hoping to catch the sight of Naruto's distinct blonde hair. It was useless. Finally, both of the genin returned to the academy and wearily walked to its roof where they're not going. To-be-sensei was waiting with his face buried in that little red book. Sasuke was swearing to beat Naruto to the death. Sakura was resigned to her fate. Kakashi smiled to himself as he saw those two walk in front of him. Well, you're back. Let's see. In 10 minutes you and I will part our ways. Sasuke glared at Kakashi and Sakura fell on her ass injection. There goes her future with Sasuke-kun. Hey, what's going on? Naruto's voice echoed around the trio and Kakashi swore inwardly. So close to another year of brat-free life. Sasuke glared at Naruto but was elated because he was a genin now. Sakura moaned in relief. Love was on her side. Kakashi put his bak away, resigned to his fate. He should have known when Sandaime smirked at him this morning. Welcome to our first team meeting, Uzumaki. All of you sit. Since we're officially a team, let's get to know each other. When they did, Sakura asked what were they supposed to say. Kakashi suppressed another sigh. He had a teacher's pet on his team. Just say your names, your likes and dislikes, hobbies and dreams for the future. You should start then, sensei, Naruto said. We already know each other a bit. All right, my name is Hatake Kakashi. I have likes and few dislikes and my hobbies aren't your business. My dreams. Well, that's not for young kids to hear. Hi. Kakashi finished his intro with perverted giggle. His dream was to collect every Ika story, and then when there were no more he would travel the world trying to reenact all those beautiful graphic scenes one at a time. Okay, maybe two at once, but no more, he was only human. Unfortunately, Naruto could sense his thoughts since they were so vivid and strong. Poor young Sith had to apply tremendous mental discipline not to make a sound of disgust. He may be a Sith, but he was still a kid with little to no sex drive. The girls were still somewhat non-interesting for Naruto, at least in that way. Kakashi stopped his creepy laugh and nodded at Sakura to start her introduction. You next, Pinky. Sakura scowled at her nickname, but she obeyed. I am Haruno Sakura and I'm 12. I like. She blushed while looking at Sasuke and giggled to Kakashi's sorrow. A fangirl. My dream is to. Another giggle, much more like Kakashi's this time. Sasuke shivered, resisting the sudden urge to leave and buy an iron underwear with high-level combination lock. Sakura took hold of herself. I hate Ino, Pig, and Naruto. Okay. Kakashi drawled, as if speaking to mentally unstable person. He looked at Naruto, who got the hint and cleared his throat. KHM. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I like ramen, training, and being left alone. I dislike fools, hypocrites, and those who think of themselves too highly. My dream is to become the best ninja I can become. Kakashi blinked. Well, at least one student was remotely sane. He looked at the Uchiha boy with something akin to regret and pity. Sasuke reminded him too much of himself. Sasuke took the hint as well. My name is Uchiha Sasuke and I don't like many things or dislike them either. I do have a dream. Know an ambition to revive my clan and kill a certain man. His voice was dark and cold, filled with determination that made Kakashi wince. Sasuke was clearly bent on revenge, which wasn't good for him or anyone else. All right, you're all interesting individuals. We'll start doing our missions tomorrow, so get a good night's sleep and meet me tomorrow at 7 before the mission center. Dismissed. Kakashi didn't wait for them to leave. He vanished immediately with a puff of smoke from his shunshin. It looked like teleported away, but that was just an illusion. In fact, the shunshin made the user to move so fast that it seemed instantaneous. But it required lots of chakra and stamina to endure the stress of rapid movements. Also, if you messed it up, you could hurl yourself in the wall or some big tree and that would hurt a lot. That's why it was Jounin level jutsu. I have to learn that trick. Naruto said with large grin and run away, leaving Sasuke to deal with his annoying groupie. It was evening and sun just went down, letting a blanket of the night to cover the village. Stars danced and twinkled in the sky, and the moon shone pale silvery rays, providing sufficient light for Naruto to see as it were daytime. He was on the way home after a satisfactory day. He passed an exam without even knowing about it, and it made him snicker. That Kakashi guy was obviously terrified of having some kids in his care. The guy was powerful, probably one of the best in the village, Naruto suspected. The old man Hokage wouldn't let just anyone take on the Uchiha and him. But he somehow doubted Kakashi's teaching skills. Just because someone knew things, it didn't mean they knew how to impart that knowledge onto others. Kakashi just seemed too weird, too relaxed to be effective disciplinarian and teacher. Maybe he was one of those figure-it-yourself guys with their cryptic guidelines and suggestions. Naruto could live with that. "Hey Dobe!" Sasuke hissed when he emerged from the side alley looking very angry. He felt that way to Naruto clearly through the force. Sasuke was livid and he wanted to take it out on Naruto. "Your stupid disappearing act today almost cost me my promotion. I want to make sure you never try that shit again. You'll do as I say and you won't stand in my way. I have important things to do and shits like you and Sakura are just burdens I don't need." "Ooh. I'm so shaking in fear of the mighty Uchiha-sama," Naruto mocked with wide happy grin. "And what can you do to me if I decide to do as I like? Sumi to sensei?" Sasuke smiled coldly. He was so full of himself. "No, I'll just have to teach you a hard lesson about pissing off an Uchiha. We were bred to be warriors. You clanless idiots don't know a thing about being a ninja." Naruto almost laughed in his face. Warriors? Sasuke obviously had some skewed picture of what ninjas were supposed to be, but he had just the right thing to say. "I am clanless?" Strange thing to say for someone whose mighty clan was obliterated in one night, like they were the weakest ninja in the whole history. Sasuke lost it and attacked with fury that made him boil. His fists lashed, and only long training and muscle memory kept his attacks coordinated and focused. Naruto found his attacks slow, and he could see them before they even started. It was child's play to dodge or slap kicks and punches aside. Sasuke made one big mistake. He allowed Naruto to block his left kick with forearm and tried to use it as a leverage for his jump and right kick to the head. He was very athletic and nimble, and this combo worked very well against most of his opponents at the academy. But Naruto wasn't one of them. He moved with snake-like speed and closed in on Sasuke and grabbed his neck. Sasuke choked because Naruto's hand squeezed like it was made of steel, and his back exploded in pain that made him lose strength and see lights in his vision as he was slammed in the wall. He didn't even see a kick that bowled him in fetal position, and the other positively bruised his ribs. Naruto kept on pounding away until Sasuke went limp. He made sure not to mark his face. "This, I hope, is a lesson you won't forget, Uchiha." Naruto hissed coldly at barely conscious Sasuke. "Nobody gives orders to me, especially not some asshole with delusions of grandeur. You're weak and arrogant moron who has been hearing praises about his greatness his whole life. I know of at least 2 more guys in our age bracket who could have done this to you even easier than me. You think you train hard? You make me laugh. I'm stronger, faster, and have more stamina than you ever will. Just because you are an Uchiha, it doesn't make you anything special. Hell, it's not even sure you will awaken your bloodline. So you better stop high-nosing and take this seriously. You're not the center of the universe, and your life isn't something others will care too much about. I had tough life too, but you don't see me go around and think I'm better than everyone else. If you ever try to attack me again without permission or justified reason, I'll take one of your eyes. Sharingan or not, consider yourself warned. I won't be merciful, be assured." Sasuke could only wheeze in pain as he listened to Naruto's footsteps. He couldn't believe he was defeated so easily. That bastard had the gall to lecture him even as if he was someone lower than him. And then he just walked away. It was all just like with him. He was going to teach Uzumaki Naruto a lesson one of these days. Nobody underestimated the power of the Uchiha blood and got away with it. Chapter 4. "All right, let's see," Sarutobi said as he started to look through his papers in search of the next mission for Team 7. They were on duty 2 months already and they weren't happy. It turned out that their job was to do D-rank missions, which were just glorified housekeeping jobs like babysitting, grocery shopping, painting fences, and so on. As Kakashi happily explained, these D ranks were meant to improve their teamwork by letting them to know each other better. Not one of his pupils cared to do exactly that, so it wasn't really working. Naruto didn't care either way, and Sasuke's pride made him loathe the blonde with passion, and Sakura followed his lead like a good fangirl. Kakashi did suspect something happened between Naruto and Sasuke, considering Sasuke's pained face on their first day of being officially on duty. Sasuke just brushed him off, saying he felt badly the night before. Whatever happened, Sasuke wasn't willing to talk about it, so Kakashi let it pass. But he did observe how his team worked. Mostly it was Sasuke who led with his fan in tow, and Naruto seemed indifferent. He just agreed with Sasuke and smiled, like he knew a joke and the others were victims of it. Kakashi wasn't really interested as long as he was doing his job. One of the worst jobs for genins was to hunt down the cat named Tora. It belonged to the wife of their local lord, and she was the devil incarnate. The cat would always run from her owner, and it knew how to hide and run. Some genin swore she could use chakra. For Team 7 it was not so. Somehow Naruto would always track the beast and catch her. Tora was very obedient when Naruto was around. Nobody knew why. It was simple for him to use the force to track the animal, seize control of her, and give her orders to be nice or else. And it worked each time. After a while, Tora learned that Naruto would always find her, so she stopped running so much. She was one smart cat. Better to suffer in hands of her mistress than to face the scary genin who threatened to flay her on the inside with just one look. That evil eye he gave her made her shudder at nights. "Ah, I found one. How about walking some dogs?" Sarutobi said, knowing Naruto wasn't very liked by clients, but animals seemed to be quite tame in his presence. Maybe they sensed the fox somehow and knew he was the boss. Naruto pursed his lips in thoughtful manner. "I don't know, old man. I heard that Team 10 was sent on their first C rank yesterday. Could we get one?" "Naruto," Irika said from his position next to the aged Hokage. "Hokage-sama decides when you can go on a C rank, not you. There is a good reason it is done this way. Be respectful." "We're more than ready," Sasuke said, not because he supported Naruto. He just didn't think it was good for him to do these chores while some fat ass like Chuji got his first C rank. No way, he was an Uchiha. "Yeah," Sakura piped up, automatically agreeing with her idol. She was really well trained that way. The years of habit coached her to agree with Sasuke without even thinking. Kakashi grimaced below his mask. That girl needed a hard dose of reality. Pronto. She was the reason he was holding back too powerful genin form any serious jobs. But he saw now it was inevitable. Either Sakura would come to her senses or she would get her team killed someday unless he booted her of the team, which was still an option. "I think my team needs a mission better suited to their skills, Hokage-sama. I'd like to request a hunt." Sarutobi raised his eyebrows high, and Irika looked a little shocked. The so-called hunt was a mission reserved for fresh genin to have their first taste of blood and killing. Usually it was received for the first-generation shinobis, because those from old ninja families and clans were too well trained to falter on such a mission anyway. Sakura definitively needed to see whether she can kill or not. The hunt usually involved tracking down bandits and destroying them utterly. Although the Fire Country had its own armies and police forces, the bandit problem was rampant in less populated areas. There was too much space to cover and protect. But they mostly did manage to reduce the problem, and some cases were always left for Fire's ninjas to deal with, just for this purpose. Sarutobi saw Kakashi glance at Sakura and understood his problem. The girl was visibly weak, with her too thin frame and non-developed musculature. She was very smart, but that was useless without practical experience. Tsunade of that age was quite different, but she was the granddaughter of the greatest ninja of modern age. Haruno Sakura was a civilian with low chakra level, without proper mental attitude and whatnot. He was in agreement with young Hitaki. The girl had to show spine or she was going to be dropped from the core. So he took a special scroll and handed it to Kakashi. "Here it is, Kakashi, and good luck." "Was that really necessary, Hokage-sama?" Irika asked when Team 7 was gone. He was reluctant to spoil their youth. I'm afraid so, Irika. Young Haruno is showing a disturbing lack of fortitude. This is her final chance. I see. Irika bowed his head in shame. She was his student and therefore his mistake. No need to do that, Irika. Nobody questions your teaching skills. You've done your best and sometimes it just isn't enough. Trust me, I know. Sarutobi said with gentle smile to Irika, who bowed again. Arigato, Hokage-sama. Team 7 was crouched in the darkness while observing their targets. The bandit camp was set about 800 meters away at the bottom of the small valley between high hills. Team 7 was tracking them for the last 3 days through the wilderness. Kakashi taught them a lot of tracking tricks, many of which weren't taught at the academy. Like how to tell if the prey moved fast or slow, how much weight caused such and such tracks, which in turn told them if the target was male or female, or if he was armored and so on. There were about 30 heavily armed bandits in the camp and they were smart. In distance several fires were glowing, which meant widespread formation to avoid being caught en masse. Also, it made difficult to count their exact number. Kakashi evaluated the situation and already cited the best way to deal with these vermin. But this was a mission to let his pupils show what they were made of. Any thoughts? Sasuke shrugged. There's about 30 thugs. We can take them. But the horses are a problem, they have to be dealt with beforehand. We don't want to let them escape. Kakashi nodded. Sasuke was right on point. He eyed Naruto, who looked just as unconcerned as Sasuke. Sakura looked nervous. She really wasn't expecting to start killing so soon. Kakashi sighed internally. He felt sorry for the girl, but it had to be done. Kami forgive him, but this was it. The girl joined Ninja Corps of Konoha for wrong reasons. Now it was time to see if she could really do what has to be done. So what's the plan? Come on. Show me some brains, you three. Kakashi egged the trio. We can do two things, Naruto said. Either we kill them in one massive assault or we make them run and pick them off one by one from ambushes. Personally, I prefer the second option. It's not like we have to risk ourselves unnecessarily. Good idea, Naruto, Kakashi said approvingly. He looked at the rest of the team. Anyone against that? Sasuke just nodded as usual and Sakura nodded in agreement. Kakashi was pleased. They were cautious. Okay. Naruto, what's the next step after we get rid of the horses? I could send a group of my clones to make them run and scatter. You guys can take your shots as you want and stay hidden as much as possible. They will run and we will follow. Sooner or later, we will win by sheer stamina advantage. All right, you know the deal. Take care of the guards and then chase the horses away. Naruto will raise a small group of clones to start the fights and you two will kill as many bandits as possible while staying hidden. Let's go. Team 7 slunk off in the way where their targets sat unaware of the impending death and pain. Sasuke crawled on his fingertips and toes, his body parallel to ground, invisible and silent as shadow. He was calm, he knew his job and was confident of his success. He already selected his targets and knew exactly what to do with them. A few well-placed shuriken would suffice. Sakura moved silently around the south side of the valley until she reached the high rock from where she observed her targets. A group of 3 guards loosely positioned on the rocky slope below. Their job was to spot anyone trying to sneak up from south, and to prevent their horses from wandering away. Sakura swallowed spit and she felt the bile rise in her throat. She gagged slightly as her palms started to sweat. Her hands shook as she prepared for the attack. 3 kunai in each hand, held by the rings on their handles. They were a gift from her mother for graduating at the top of the class. Her family wasn't too keen on her chosen occupation, but they were proud to have one Haruno clan member in the ninja corps. Every clan or family considered it a mark of honor to produce another ninja for their glorious Konoha. Sakura was suddenly very much aware what this glory and honor were. Blood and flesh gouged away by her thin, innocent hands and sharp eyes that were now moist. But she wasn't stupid, not when she was alone and not trying to impress Sasuke-kun. This was her test, either she could do her job or not. She envied both boys on her squad, they were so calm and professional. She and Ino had a promise between each other as kunoichis not to let boys outshine them. But most of all, she didn't want to see Sasuke's sneer when he realized she wasn't strong enough. Her hands clenched and relaxed, just as she was taught by Iruka-sensei. She forgot about the targets and her feelings, only breathing mattered. She waited, slowly inhaling and exhaling. And when the noise started far away, her hands snapped automatically. She closed her eyes as she waited for the sign of alarm from below. Nothing came, just the sound of horses whining and galloping. She peered down and saw 3 shadows lying still in the grass. She struck home just like in the academy. Funnily enough, Sakura thought only one thing at the moment. Iruka-sensei would have been proud of her marksmanship. She waited for the noise to start. Soon enough, there would be more targets. Tears trickled as she drew more kunai. Sakura's eyes were trying to catch everything in their sight as Team 7 was walking towards the office building where Onigato's mayor was residing. Onigato was a mid-sized city in the northwestern region of the Fire Country. It sat on the crossroads of 2 rivers, and so it became one of more important trade spots and ports. Merchants owned much of the city and trade was good. Thus, the whole region prospered. But like every major city, even Onigato had its bad side. Its prosperity attracted crime. But legal and illegal citizens coexisted just fine. There was more than enough wealth to be quietly spread between them. While regular folk took care of public and legal venues, the criminal world took care of gambling, red lights districts, massage parlors, and so on. Nobody made excesses to draw the attention of the fire's authorities. Until now. Someone had crossed the line and the mayor had to call for discreet help. That's where Team 7 came in. In case of suspicious activity amongst Fire's officials, only loyal ninjas were trusted to investigate. The matter was brought to Team 7's attention via courier animal in the local city where they took pay for the finished mission. They were the closest team available. It seemed that somebody thought it would be nice to kidnap young women from streets of Onigato so they could be sold as slaves. Not in the Fire Country where such a thing was a capital offense. Not because of civilization of the land, but simply because lords of the land couldn't ensure that people wouldn't rebel if such practice was allowed. But somewhere else. Kakashi led his pupils across rooftops of the city, silently and invisibly to the civilian population. They saw the mayor in his office from the adjacent building's roof. He was expecting them, so he wasn't surprised when 4 ninjas with Konoha's headband appeared in a large cloud of smoke. Finally, Mayor Ofutake said with relief. He was tall, thin man with gray beard and bald skull. His skin was still smooth, despite the obvious advanced age. I've been waiting for some time. Have you now? Kakashi spoke in neutral voice. Yes. Ofuta nodded sharply, not bothering to ask about his company. He didn't need to know the identity of Fire's ninjas. He would forget them as soon as possible if he valued his career and position. Ninjas were sort of untouchable when it came to these matters. They were, after all, Fire Lord's extended arm. We are informed about the situation here, Kakashi explained. We're here out of formal courtesy, and to warn you that we will be using any means available to resolve this situation. Ofuta swallowed. He understood that Morgue might be lacking storage capacity in the next few days. Oh well, it had to happen sometime. Chief Mortician will have to be creative and silent. When Team 7 left the office, back on the rooftop they came from, Kakashi eyed his students. Well, any smart ideas? Sakura hesitated a little. We could visit some criminal hangouts to question some people for clues and rumors. That could take a while, Sasuke noted calmly. Also, it would alert the guilty party to our presence. Then we have to go with the bait and capture approach. Naruto said. We can follow these kidnappers to wherever they deliver the victims. I suppose Sakura is the bait? Kakashi asked unnecessarily. Naruto smiled and Sakura shivered. But she knew she had to be the bait. She was a perfect picture of the kidnapping victim. Naruto was right in the end. Sakura's exotic appearance caught someone's eye very soon. Not even a day after she checked in at the local hotel with Naruto, who played the role of her cousin. And they were good. Sakura didn't even get to scream as rough hands pulled her in the dark alley and stuffed a bag over her head. She smelled a sleeping agent and soon she was down for the count. Sakura was genuinely afraid, and it showed in her brief struggle, so her captors weren't suspicious. They moved quickly through the maze that were dark streets and passages of the city. But when a mean dog was on your trail, you can't shake him. And Pakin, Kakashi's favorite tracker summon, was able to follow them too easily. Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke frowned as they watched Sakura's kidnappers use the boat to reach a large ship docked at the other end of the local harbor. "Crap, that's a foreign boat, Sensei," Naruto said. "MHM from the grass country. See the flag." Kakashi pointed at the green flag on the tallest mast of the vessel. It was a large riverboat, nearly as big as one of sea cargo ships. "Aren't they our allies?" Sasuke asked. "They are." Kakashi nodded. "That makes it tricky. We must bust this slave deal. Ally or not, they can't be allowed to get away with this." "No wonder that mayor called for the help. This is international politics." Naruto scoffed. "Of course, we and he know where our citizens are, but we can't do anything legally. The ship is protected by peace treaties, and its crew decided to take advantage of that. I'm pretty certain that someone on our side started this to earn extra money. That's the only way this vessel could have passed the border without real inspection," Kakashi explained to Naruto and Sasuke. "Are you saying we should let them go?" Sasuke scowled. He wanted blood. "Officially, yes. I'd rather burn the ship," Kakashi said. "We'll let our spies and official people to deal with this. It's not worth starting the war." "Too bad, because I'm pretty sure we could take the crew quickly and save Sakura." "Not that she won't escape by herself," Naruto said. It was true, even Sakura could escape from non-ninja captors easily enough. "What makes you so sure?" Kakashi asked curiously. Naruto grinned. "I know Kage Bunshin, and I can make more than 30 clones." Kakashi looked at the ship and chuckled. "Yes, that was another thing entirely. Okay, change of plans. We will swim to the ship and attach ourselves to its hull. Use henge to blend in. When we're far from the city, we attack. Kill everyone on board but the captain. I'll make sure he is alive. The rest are expendable." As it was, the ship from the grass moved out at dawn, and soon it was going upriver, towards the grass country. Kakashi gave the signal 3 hours after the ship started its journey, thus ensuring there would be no witnesses. Sasuke and Naruto had to keep the crew busy, while Kakashi took care of the captain, who was certainly the man with the right information. Naruto moved first. He used his kunai to climb up the ship's hull and to get rid of the guard. He leapt over the rail and made a hand seal to create 100 clones. Sasuke and Kakashi didn't need to worry about stealth anymore. A giant of the sailor rushed Naruto, bellowing and waving his saber. He died with a shuriken in his brain. Another 2 suddenly stopped breathing because their lungs couldn't work properly with metal inside. Naruto's clones created a massive combat zone, where bewildered crewmen were defending themselves from the army of blonde boys who vanished when struck once. Still, most of them managed to kill or maim their targets, which was bad for defenders. Half of them were gone in 5 minutes. Naruto himself weaved and dodged attacks and returned them with deadly precision. His ninjutsu flashed like a silver mirage, spraying blood and limbs in its wake. Men screamed or gurgled depending on their injury. Naruto moved like a ghost. Nothing could touch him. He was using the force to see all around him, to predict the danger. He suddenly bent at a slight angle, letting a knife sail past his ear. A little nudge with the force sped up the projectile and bent its trajectory. The knife killed a man in front of Naruto, who replaced himself with a newly made corpse and stabbed a guy next to him in throat. He jumped off his shoulder, made a somersault over the next guy, landed crouched and swung behind himself. He cut that man's legs and grabbed him as he fell. The man made a nice shield form, the sword slash of his buddy, who followed Naruto from behind. Naruto turned, stabbed him in the belly and twisted savagely. He let his innards spill out. He used them to blind the new attacker and jump kicked at his head. He broke his neck. He turned quickly and slashed with his blade, deflecting 3 knives in a single move. 2 were sent to stab one of Sasuke's opponents in the back. 1 was flung away in the river. Naruto laughed and flashed at the trio who used those knives, They died quickly, being no match to the young Sith. He paused. His clones were almost exhausted, but they took care of the majority of crew. Sasuke was handling his part rather well, so Naruto went on executing the wounded and those his clones missed. He didn't miss. Kakashi emerged with pale Sakura in tow. Naruto noticed blood spattered on their clothes. Obviously they dealt some death too. Not bad, Kakashi said as he surveyed the massacre. He took note that Naruto handled his sword rather well. Sasuke did good too. Did you get your man? Naruto was interested. Kakashi nodded, his eye made that U shape when closed. He was happy. He was a talkative little fellow. I've gotten the necessary information on this slave business. We're done for now. Legal authorities will deal with the rest of the gang on our side of the border. Sasuke looked around the ship. We can burn this thing now? Kakashi nodded. Go on, practice your Ketan jutsus. We'll wait with our kidnappees on the coast. The return to Onyagato was a nice cool-down exercise for Team 7. The mayor was happy to hear that there would be no kidnappings anymore, and he had a message for Kakashi, who grimaced as he read the thing. What's going on, sensei? Sakura asked, now much calmer. She had to kill some men again, but this time she didn't hesitate. They were molesting some of the girls whom they saved. Temten is in trouble, Kakashi said with cool demeanor. Asuma-san is injured. We are to help them if we can get there on time. And we will. Sorry for not updating quickly, folks, but personal matters took precedence. Also, I apologize for my grammar mistakes. My English is not the best and it is noticeable. Still, I hope you will be able to enjoy this chapter. Thanks for all the support so far, and reviews are most welcome. Chapter 5. Team 7 reached the waves in 3 days. They avoided being seen in case that the attacker who engaged Team 10 had help. They crossed the canal to the waves unseen, swimming quickly and silently. And then it was a quick run through treetops, the so-called ninja road, towards the client's home. Tazuna, the bridge builder, lived in an isolated beach house made of sturdy wood. It was well built. It faced the sea, and there was a long wooden pier for boats. The house was one-story affair with large windows and obviously a lot of space. At its back were woods that Team 7 was using to reach the house. Suddenly Kakashi stopped his trek. His students followed the suit. This is Hatake Kakashi, the leader of Team 7. Show yourself, Kakashi demanded of the unseen guard. Since Asuma was injured, it could only be one of his students. Naruto already knew it was Shikamaru. You are our reinforcement? Shikamaru said as he became visible in the vast array of shadows of the tree he was hiding in. We are Genin, Kakashi said blandly. Report. Shikamaru nodded. Yes, we were ambushed by the pair of Chunin from the Mist Village. We took care of them with Sensei's help. That's when we realized that our client was being targeted by the man called Gato. He's really rich and practically owns this country. The client is building a bridge that could break his economic monopoly here, so he decided to make him disappear. Kakashi stared at him. And why did you continue with this mission, as it was obviously beyond your current ability? Shikamaru grimaced. I blame Ino for that. She insisted we couldn't let the guy be killed. Choji took her side this time, and Asuma-sensei decided that the risk was acceptable. Until we met another ninja, Zabuza of the Seven Swordsmen. Kakashi started at that. Zabuza the devil? And you guys are still alive? Asuma must have fought really good. Who's this Zabuza person? Sasuke asked. He wanted to fight other ninjas, not just some bandits. No one you'd care to meet, Kakashi answered. He's a master swordsman from the Mist Village, the best that there is at silent killing. It is said he was a monster since he managed to kill the whole graduation class of the Mist Village by himself. And he wasn't even a ninja then. Now he's a nuke nin wanted by the Mist for his attempted coup against the Mizukage. He is certainly very good, Shikamaru said, tensing as he remembered the man. He used his mist jutsu to hide in it, but Asuma-sensei used his wind jutsu to disperse it. But the guy was fast and strong, he almost killed Sensei. Sensei managed to hurt Zabuza too, but Zabuza was saved by some masked person who falsely introduced himself as a Mist Hunter Nin. But he was Zabuza's backup. Interesting, Kakshi mused aloud. That person must be very strong if he's with Zabuza. It's a good thing you called for backup. We should see how Asuma-sensei is, Sakura said with worried expression. Yes, lead us Shikamaru, Kakshi ordered to the boy. The first person they encountered in the house was Ino Yamanaka, who was eating something from her small bowl. There was an obvious sign of relief on her face as Team 7 entered. You came. Ino jumped to her feet happily smiling. Kakashi-sensei, you're going to help us, right? Of course, Kakashi said. Where are your teammates? Oh, Sensei is up in the room, he is resting. Choji is with Tazuna at the bridge. All right, Kakshi said as he thought quickly. Naruto, go to the bridge with Ino and assist Choji with his duty. Sasuke, join Shikamaru and guard the perimeter. Sakura, help me with the assessment of Asuma's condition. Naruto followed Ino as she was running towards the great structure that was Tazuna's soon-to-be bridge. It was a massive construction of wood and metal, and a lot of people were miling about doing various jobs. But Naruto could sense from far away that they were afraid and desperate, and he knew that some of those wouldn't come back the next day. How bad it is here in this country, Ino? Naruto asked the fellow blonde genin. Ino glanced at Naruto quickly, then sighed. It's bad, Uzumaki. Locals are dead scared of Gato's mercenaries. Ever since he had their local hero dismembered publicly. He got away with that? Naruto raised his eyebrows in surprise. Yeah, even the local daimyo hasn't enough power to stop the rich bastard. That's why Tazuna lied about the mission difficulty. They barely scrounged enough money for a C rank. I see. Shika said you were attacked by some Zabuza, a powerful mist nin. Ino shuddered visibly. Don't remind me, he was really nasty person. I almost killed myself when he used his killing intent. Naruto smiled in a friendly way. Hey, your first encounter with an enemy jonin. I'm not surprised that you were scared. It's only normal. Ino smiled in turn, glad for not being mocked about it. Not gonna happen again. With your sensei around, I don't think Zabuza will win next time. Shika will give him a detailed report on the encounter, and I bet your sensei will be more than ready to take him out. Yeah, you've got a point there. Naruto agreed. They moved closer to the bridge and Ino led the way to Tazuna through the workers who were too busy with their job to notice two kids, even if they were ninjas. Tazuna was a tall, strong fellow in late 50s, and very much in his element. He was giving orders, directing men to work there and there. He would study his schematics, then correct something. He was in his world. But there was a feeling of urgency, fear and hope. All of those mixing together, Naruto knew a desperate man grabbing for the last proverbial straw. Tazuna was definitively on his last legs. Choji suddenly showed up, serious and careful. He still looked corpulent, but it was just a part of his look. He was dangerous in his own way, all Akimichi were. I see our reinforcements have arrived, Ino. Hi, Naruto. Choji spoke, attracting Tazuna's attention. Hey, little girlie, Tazuna grinned. Who's your friend? I'm not little, Ino growled, although she didn't seem really offended. This is Uzumaki Naruto, a fellow genin. His team has come to help guard you. That's great. Welcome, kid. I hope your sensei will be luckier than Asuma-san, Tazuna said, being very sincere. Naruto shrugged. That remains to be seen. My job is to guard you today, so do your job and we'll do ours. Is that all right? Of course, Tazuna replied. He was glad to see someone serious about his work. He turned to his workers and raised his voice. All right, men, let's hurry. This bridge won't build itself. So it lasted for the whole day. Choji, Naruto and Ino carefully watched over Tazuna and his crew. Naruto studied the bridge and its surroundings, and concluded that the attack would be a straightforward thing either from one of the ends or from below. Maybe explosives underneath, that would be the simplest way. He sent a few clones to check just in case. The return trip was spent in silence. with Choji carrying a load of fish he caught earlier. It was their dinner. This time, Naruto saw Tezuna's family, a boy of 8 or 9 and his mother. She was a pretty 20-something brunette, her face pale and lined with worry. She relaxed immediately as she spotted her father. "Father, you're back. How was it today?" "Not bad, Tsunami-chan," Tezuna grunted as he sat at the kitchen table. "My men were braver when they saw more ninjas to protect them." Tsunami smiled. "Me too, father. Kakashi-san seems very knowledgeable. He gave Asuma-san some medicines, and he is already feeling better." "That's great," Ino exclaimed and sprinted on the upper floor to see her teacher. Choji set the fish on the table and followed her. Tsunami grabbed those and smiled to Naruto with apology. She had to prepare them for cooking. Her son sullenly went with her. He eyed Naruto with suspicion. Kakashi came downstairs and sat himself too. "Yo Naruto, how was it at the bridge?" "Not bad, sensei," Naruto replied. "I think that the attack can come only from 3 directions, the ends of the bridge and from below. I was checking for explosives with my clones, and I'll do that every day." Tezuna sat alarmed. "Explosives? I didn't think of that." "That's why you hired ninjas, Tezuna-san," Kakashi said with smile under his mask. "Good thinking, Naruto. Asuma's kids will continue to watch the bridge. You and your team will have to, and Sakura have already begun." "I assume that you expect Zabuza to return?" Naruto asked, also taking a seat at the table. "Yes, his injuries were not that serious. But Asuma-sensei's are." Kakashi sighed. "Unfortunately, he won't be able to fight so soon. That's why you need to learn a new chakra control exercise. It's tree walking, isn't it?" Kakashi looked at Naruto in surprise. "You know about it?" "Sure, it's something I learned 2 years ago when I saw a genin training to walk on water. It was obvious he was using chakra in his feet to stay afloat. It took me months to figure it out, but I did. That helped me a lot." 2 years ago, Kakashi murmured to himself as he stared at Naruto. The boy who was more than he seemed to be every day. "That's good. You'll be protecting Tezuna in pair with Asuma's genin then." Naruto was meditating in the small grove behind Tezuna's house. It was night, warm, and moonlight cast many shadows where Naruto sat still. The force was with him, and Naruto knew the world around him intimately, as if it was an extension of his skin. Animals scurried in the dark, plants grew, and people in Tezuna's house either slept or worried about the future. Kakashi was calm as ice, already preparing for the inevitable attack that would come. Asuma was weak still and hated himself for it. Ino worried about him. She liked her teacher. Shikamaru was playing shogi with Choji. Both were nervous. Sakura was also nervous, and Sasuke was filled with nervous expectation. He yearned to test himself against another ninja. His encounter against mercenaries and bandits were too easy. Also, he was burning with jealousy when he discovered how Naruto already mastered basic chakra control exercises. He wanted to show his superiority. He also wanted his Sharingan to awaken badly. To him, it was an answer for all of his troubles. Naruto let all these thoughts and feelings wash away. He didn't want them. He focused on the force, on its ever-fleeting currents and eddies. He sought knowledge. It lasted a long time, his immersion, like years and decades. I came suddenly, an almost physical sensation, an image slammed in his memory. A flashback of sorts. Tezuna's daughter being taken away by some katana-wielding guys. Asuma fighting them, then falling down, his wounds reopened and bleeding. Naruto opened his eyes after that powerful moment. He saw the future, a slice of it to be exact, and he knew he could change it. But should he? He decided he would, because he didn't see why should Asuma die or Tezuna's family too. He had the power and decided to use it. Naruto waited until Kakashi and the rest of the genin were out of his sensory range. As usual, they had a lottery of sort to decide who stays behind to watch over Tezuna's family and Asuma. Naruto used the force to be the one to stay, and no one suspected anything. He immediately went upstairs, leaving Tsunami to her own business. He entered Asuma's room, finding him lying on the floor, resting. Hey kid, you were on the watch today, eh? Asuma smiled at Naruto, looking tired, but there was some color in his face. He was recovering from his injuries, although it wasn't them that weakened him, so his body was fighting off an infection. Asuma caught some germs in the lake where he fought with Zabuza. Yes, Asuma-sensei, you just rest and I'll do my job. Aren't you tired? Naruto replied and added a heavy dose of the force suggestion to his words. It hit Asuma slowly. There was a heaviness on his eyelids. His breathing slowed down and soon he was asleep. Naruto released the hold on him. It wasn't so easy to charm a ninja of Asuma's caliber. But the man was weak and he took advantage of that. Naruto waited patiently in Asuma's room. They came an hour later. Someone knew when the house would be the least protected. There were 4 of them. 2 were already in the house and running upstairs. The door slammed open, revealing 2 bloodthirsty swordsmen. Naruto didn't give them a chance. He raised his hand and made a gesture. Both men rose in the air, dropping their blades. Grabbing their necks, it looked as if they were being hanged by an invisible rope. Naruto twisted his palm and their necks twisted savagely with a dry snap that ended their worthless lives. Naruto moved fast. He exited the room via the window and moved silently down the roof. He sneaked upon the other 2 attackers. They were busy with Tsunami, who was struggling and failing to get away. Naruto jumped and landed precise hits on their necks. Both men were rendered unconscious instantly. Thank Kami, Naruto-san. Tsunami croaked gratefully. Her neck was bruised and she hugged her son, who still looked shocked by the sudden turn of events. They were going to kill Asuma-san and you. As you can see, they failed. What did they want with you? Naruto responded calmly. Gato wanted hostages to threaten my father in case his ninja failed. Interesting, Naruto commented with amused tone. I think I will have to question these 2. They knew when to attack this place. I'll take the attackers and you go somewhere to hide. There could be more coming. Do you have a safe place? There's a cave about 1 kilometer down the coast. I could take a boat there. But what of your sensei? Tsunami said, already calm and ready to move. Naruto created 5 shadow clones. They will help you move him and will protect you as well. Go. Naruto waited till Tsunami and her son were gone. Then he gathered 2 surviving mercs in the back of the house. Both were tied and awake very soon. What the hell? The first spoke in surprise when he realized he was tied up. He had suntanned face, mustache, and scars on his face. He noticed Naruto, his buddy, and 2 corpses. They were unmistakably dead, with their necks bent unnaturally aside. Kid, you better let us go. Naruto grinned in amusement. Save your threats. I'm in control here. Look, your buddy is awake too. The second merc was shorter man with more muscles to his figure. His beady eyes blinked in surprise as he too released his position. He looked at his buddy. Zori, what's going on? We were caught by this runt Waraji. Now shut up, Zori answered. No, no, Naruto said, admonishing Zori with a swift kick in the ribs. I want you to talk. Fast. What's Gato planning today? Fuck you, brat, Zori yelled. I'm not talking. Neither will Waraji. Yeah, Waraji agreed, although he didn't sound so defiant like his buddy. All right, I will have to convince you otherwise, Naruto said and smiled. He raised his hand with fingers spread wide. Blue-white lightning arced from his fingertips and struck Zori, who started to scream and jerk as thousands of volts made his body burn, spasm, and feel unimaginable pain. It didn't stop. As Waraji watched in horror, Zori's body soon started to smoke and stopped twitching. The smell of charred flesh hit Waraji and he emptied his bladder and almost threw up. He didn't manage because he was too scared. Well, Naruto said in menacing tone and pointed his hand at Waraji. Waraji's mouth began making confession, automatically explaining how Gato planned to double-cross Zabuza and kill everyone. Also, he said that Gato promised his men to loot the waves and destroy the people who resisted him. Good man, you've been very useful. So I'll be nice too, Naruto said to Waraji, who got his hopes up. You'll let me go? Where did you get that idea from? I'll kill you fast. Naruto said and kicked Waraji's skull open. The brain and bones sprayed the grass. Waraji was dead before even realizing it. Naruto turned and started running using his full abilities. He was a blur, a shadowy afterimage that made one think he imagined something passing by. The world slowed down for Naruto as he raced to intercept Gato and his forces. Waraji was helpful and told him from which direction Gato would come. Naruto ran across the land and water, and soon he was about 5 kilometers north of the bridge. He jumped on the tree and settled with 20 shadow clones to support him. Gato's group showed up soon. Naruto sensed them minutes away. They were a rowdy, loud bunch, already envisioning the bloodbath to come. Gato was a short, fat guy in an expensive suit. He looked like a typical evil bastard who liked to get what he wanted any way possible. Naruto grinned and almost laughed. Gato was at the head of his force, a clean target. He palmed one kunai and let it fly with the force. The whole group stood in shock as their boss fell over with metal protruding between his eyes. Naruto's clones sent their shuriken flying, and soon 10 more men died with metal ornaments on their skulls. The herd of the mercs made a protective circle looking at the forest surrounding the road. They realized that the attacks were coming from trees. Naruto chuckled silently and lobbed several kunai with paper tags attached to their handles. The explosions ripped apart several more men, leaving the group of 50 now at 30 members. His clones charged and jumped out of their hiding spots, and they attacked mercenaries mano a mano. Each clone was more skilled than any mercenary. That's why 15 more men died. Naruto took his time to use the force and send a massive shuriken flying at his enemies. He controlled their flight and made his messengers of death avoid deflective strikes to hit the targets unerringly. Then shurikens would extract themselves from the flesh and bone to fly again. It looked as if they were alive and thirsty for blood. Naruto cast an illusion over them, making them seem to yell that they wanted blood. It was a nice touch to the whole charade. Naruto was almost laughing loud when the men started to run. He decided to let them go. After all, there were just dozen of them. He jumped from his spot, approached Gato's corpse and took his head with his ninjutsu. He placed in the bag, making sure that the blood wasn't leaking anymore. He turned and ran at full speed towards the bridge. The bridge was covered with thick mist. Zabuza was already at work. Naruto approached silently and climbed on top of the structure, using overhanging beams to oversee the situation. There were corpses strewn around, the workers. He sensed Kakashi fighting a powerful, cold man. It was Zabuza. Both men were hidden in the mist, but Naruto could tell where they were. He sensed Tazuna with Ino and Sakura near him. He moved away, only to find Shikamaru watching over some strange mirror dome. He was preparing a string of explosives to destroy it. "Hey Shika, what's up?" Naruto said, and Shikamaru nearly dropped his paper tags. "Shit, Uzumaki!" Shikamaru hissed. He was scared out of his mind. "What the hell are you doing here?" "I came bringing gifts, Shika," Naruto said and showed the content of his bag. "Is that who I think he is?" Shikamaru asked hopefully. "Yeah, he is. I found him on the way to here. He had a large number of mercenaries with him. I take it that they are no longer a factor." "Of course they aren't," Naruto smiled. "Now shut up and let me do my magic." He peered at the dome. It was actually a bunch of ice-made mirrors closely standing together and acting as a prison for Choji and Sasuke. They didn't look so good. Many needles were protruding from their skin. Naruto caught a fleeting image moving between mirrors, too fast for those two to defend themselves. They should have been dead already, but the strange ninja didn't seem to enjoy their pain. In fact, Naruto could sense that she was reluctant to kill them, so he decided to return the favor. He just threw Gato's head in the dome. The fighting stopped as soon as the head rolled in, leaving a thin blood trail behind. "What is the meaning of this?" the masked Kunoichi demanded as she stared at the head from her mirrors filled with her identical copies. Only one image was real her, but no one except Naruto could figure that out. Maybe Sasuke could since he had his blood limit active. Naruto's shadow clone dropped in the dome. "It's Gato's head. You surely can recognize your employer, Hunter-san." "I'm a clone, by the way." "I see. Give me the head. I want to examine it." "Of course. Here you go." The clone responded with friendly smile and threw the head in the air. Suddenly all of the images in mirrors held Gato's head. It is real. How did you get him? Kunoichi asked. Oh, easy. He was on his way to the bridge and I took him out. His men are also gone. Useless bastards, if you ask me, couldn't hit me at all. Even if there were 50 of them. You killed 50 well-armed mercenaries alone? She asked in disbelief. Well, not all of them, my clones, did the most of the work. And some mercenaries managed to run away. What you should have asked is what was Gato doing with all these guys on the way here? The Kunoichi was smart girl. He was planning to betray Zabuza-sama and myself. He wasn't going to pay us. Bingo! You are smart. No wonder Zabuza keeps you at his side. Naruto's clone beamed at her. Zabuza-sama, the masked girl yelled. We can stop the fight. Gato is dead. The bastard was going to betray us. What are you talking about? Zabuza's voice growled from the mist. It was most likely just one of his clones, since he wasn't going to betray his real position to Kakashi, who was proving to be a dangerous opponent. One of Kakashi's genin brought Gato's head to me. The girl under the mask explained. He said Gato was on his way here with 50 men. He was planning to kill us after we did his dirty job. Fuck! Zabuza cursed. Stupid moron. I should have killed him and left this country. Now I won't get a thing. At least we're alive, Zabuza-sama, the girl said. Fuck! Zabuza sighed and the mist started to dissipate. Let's hit the road and forget this shitty assignment. You can't trust no one these days. Huh, that means this fight is over, Kakashi said as he was revealed on the upright beam of the bridge, above Zabuza. Their clones dispersed themselves and became pools of water. Till the next time, copy ninja, Zabuza said and placed his large zanbato at his back. The masked Kunoichi appeared next to him and both vanished in the blur of speed. The ice mirrors shattered and melted into water too, revealing the trio of genin alive. Naruto's clone dispelled himself. Shikamaru and real Naruto went down and started to help Choji and Sasuke to extract those needles from their bodies. Sasuke deactivated his Sharingan and winced. His fangirls were already fussing over him. Kakashi approached Naruto. He was littered with shallow cuts on his chest and arms, and he was glad it was all over. Good job, Naruto. How did you know where to find Gato? There was an attempt to kidnap Tezuna's family. I took care of the attackers and one of them succumbed to my interrogation. My family? Are they all right? Tezuna asked with fearful voice. Relax, Tezuna-san. I protected them. Naruto said. They are hiding in the cave somewhere down the coast. I know the place. They will be safe there. Thank you, kid. Tezuna bowed respectfully. He looked around and shook his head sadly. All these men, dead. It couldn't be avoided, Kakashi said. But good times are coming, Tezuna-san. Your land is free at last, thanks to Naruto. How is Asuma-sensei? Shikamaru asked as he came behind Naruto. He's just fine. I sent him with Tezuna's family, Naruto explained. Good, Shikamaru said. I owe you one. Just doing my job, Shika, that's all. Besides, I like him too. The third would have been devastated if Asuma died. Yeah, the Nara boy grunted. He eyed Sasuke being besieged by Sakura and Ino and wished him all the best. He was going to need it. And so it ended with Tezuna's bridge finally being finished, with happy people of the waves wishing good luck to their saviors. The name of the bridge was the Great Naruto Bridge, because someone spread the word that it was Naruto who slew Gato and his dogs. It was ironic to Kakashi and Asuma that the boy who was so infamous in his home village became so respected and famous in the foreign country. Chapter 6. So, Sarutobi stared hard at his still recovering son. Your report is pretty much clear on what happened. I'm sorry, Asuma, but it doesn't look good. I know, Asuma replied, feeling somewhat bitter. He was an experienced jonin, yet his latest assignment was a total bust. He almost died, his students as well. Thank Kami that Kakashi was close enough to bail them out of the trouble. He should have stuck with the procedure and marched straight back to Konoha. No C rank was worth the lives of his pupils, who were also clan heirs. He'd feel repercussions for a while. Akimichi Choza wasn't too happy with him at the was he thinking when he decided to go on? Sarutobi read all these thoughts from his son's face and posture, and he felt for him. But there could be no favoritism towards anyone, not even to his son. I understand perfectly what is going on in your head, Asuma, and I recommend you let it go. Learn from it, but don't let it drag you down. In a retrospect, this mission wasn't totally ruined. Konoha gained a new client who will show preference towards its ninjas. It's not a small feat politically. We will gain a client state between us and the water country. And your students have gained an invaluable experience in the field, the kind that few survive to benefit from. Build upon it, use it to sharpen their teamwork and desire to better themselves. Yes, I was going to, but honestly I made a deadly blunder, father. We escaped by hair's width, and Naruto saved them again. Gato was a clever bastard. Indeed, that boy surely surprised everyone. Sarutobi smiled. He was pleased to hear how Naruto saved the day. He seemed to be a very promising ninja. I must admit, Naruto seems to be the most competent genin of this generation, Asuma said with conviction. The way he took care of the mercenary force and forced Zabuza to stop fighting, it was just neat. Simple, efficient too. Brutal as well. He eliminated nearly 50 men. Yes, that's impressive. But I've seen better and worse, so don't worry about him, Sarutobi said calmly. As for your punishment, that will be simple. You will have an official reprimand in your record. Your team will be banned from taking a mission above C rank for 3 months. And you will have to give Naruto half of your pay from the next 5 B or S rank. Get back to your home and recover. You look like you're gonna drop dead. Honestly, you should take better care of yourself. Naruto was mildly bored. 2 long months passed since the mission to the waves and not much excitement occurred in that time. Team 7 took more D ranks in Konoha to have more time for extra training, meaning Sasuke and Sakura were playing catch-up game with Naruto, who bested them repeatedly in every physical and chakra-based exercise. Frankly, Kakashi was forced to become creative in ways to train Naruto beyond what Naruto did himself. He started to give Naruto some jutsus, much to Sasuke's displeasure. So Naruto became the designated jutsu user on the team. It was only logical considering his chakra reserves. Sasuke was pissed. Oh, he tried to hide it, but Kakashi wasn't blind. He explained to Sasuke that he would be able to copy those later on with ease. He just had to build up his reserves. Naruto could care less, because he learned those jutsus almost ridiculously fast. Kakashi was embarrassed to have forgotten about shadow clones and their memory transfer ability. Naruto smiled in memory of Sasuke and Sakura gaping at him when he mastered the water-based jutsus Kakashi copied of Zabuza in 1 day. Even Kakashi was surprised. Naruto wasn't. The Force was a flawless guide to everything he did. Its preternatural insight served Naruto well, for he was able to feel almost instantly how the jutsu worked. In a way, his ability was better than Sharingan that only copied. Naruto mastered techniques with little training since he was able to feel chakra flows and predict their effects. He realized he could develop a sense to predict a jutsu, its range and nature given enough time and experience. Also, he discovered that chakra nature wasn't an obstacle for him. The Force made him one with everything, and so was with chakra and its 5 natures: fire, lightning, wind, earth, and water. Kakashi was beginning to suspect the same Naruto knew, because he gave Naruto more than just water jutsus. Naruto learned earth clones and Kakashi's favorite headhunter jutsu. He gave Naruto a basic lightning jutsu called the shock fist. It was a nice one where the user has to imbue his fist with lightning and it sends a shock in the enemy when it struck him. Only 3 hand seals for that fire jutsus. He showed Naruto just the grand fireball. But that one was very versatile and generally the most known amongst Konoha ninjas of a Chunin rank and above. It was Konoha's trademark, in fact. But Naruto showed an unbelievable propensity for when Kakashi showed him the great breakthrough jutsu. Naruto tore apart dozens of trees in the training ground with one blast and made a 20-meter-long gouge in the ground. It was impressive. Kakashi left it at that. His repertoire was vast, but he believed that Naruto didn't need more jutsus. He told Naruto to work on mastering these for various situations and left it at that. He pushed Sakura to train harder physically, and luckily she listened. The wave mission gave her a wake-up jolt she needed so badly. In turn, Sasuke grew even more determined to grow stronger since he had his Sharingan. He increased his efforts, and Kakashi begun training him to use his bloodline, of course in private sessions to keep prying eyes away. The other reason he hid those lessons from the other two of his students, he was a little ashamed of his favoritism, because he also expanded those lessons on other things. But how could he refuse to train such an eager pupil, Obito's cousin? Naruto was walking down the street when he heard someone yell in distance. He cast his force sense around to see what was going on. He felt two ninja signatures, a man and a girl, and Konohamaru and his friends Udon and Moegi. Naruto knew Konohamaru a little bit. The brat was annoying and focused on defeating his grandfather, the third Hokage, to prove his worth. It was embarrassing, really. Konohamaru would try and rush his grandfather, proclaiming his goal, and then trip over his short legs. Naruto avoided the boy like a plague, and when he couldn't, he just pretended to be nice for the third's sake. Naruto sneaked around the street and saw what was going on. A guy in brown suit that covered him from head to toe was holding Konohamaru by his stupid scarf in the air at his eye level. Naruto saw a paint on his face and soon a headband. The guy was a Tsunagenin, and he was meaning business with the kid. The girl with a large fan at his side wasn't really into it. She was impatient, go on her way. She was pretty, tall and blonde with brown eyes. Also very nervous on the inside. Naruto grinned and slowly sneaked upon them. His feet made no sound. That's why the painted dude dropped Konohamaru when Naruto made himself known from behind. Hey, what's the matter? Naruto grinned at the two Tsunagenin. Have these brats offended you somehow? Mind your own business, Blondie. I've got it covered, the painted boy said after he got calmer. He was suspicious though. Not many genin could sneak upon him and his sister. Come on, Kankuro, the girl scolded. Stop making a scene. We have better things to do. Remember, why are we here? Sure, Temari, Kankuro said as he eyed Konohamaru, who wisely scrambled to Naruto's side. Just a sec to punish the brat for hitting me. Naruto-san, I wasn't watching where I was running when I hit him. It's just a misunderstanding, Konohamaru said as he hid behind the older boy who enjoyed his grandfather's confidence. He often heard his grandpa talk about Naruto. Well, there's that Kankuro-san, Naruto said to the Tsunagenin, still smiling. It's just an accident. It's not like you were really injured. Can we forget this and move on? Screw you. That kid hit me and he's gotta pay. Kankuro growled, moving his fingers surreptitiously. His chakra strings latched onto Konohamaru and pulled him towards their creator. But Naruto moved and grabbed Konohamaru, arresting his forward momentum. Stop doing that. Naruto spoke coldly, blasting Kankuro with potent killing intent. Are you trying to provoke a war? What are you trying to say? Temari asked with worry. She was intimidated, as was Kankuro. This boy was able to use killing intent like Gaara. This kid is the grandson of our Hokage. Naruto patted Konohamaru's shoulder. I'm sure he'd be interested to find out that some bully from foreign village tried to beat him up over nothing. Fuck you. I'll beat you instead. Kankuro hissed and took his package of his back. Kankuro, Temari warned him, but it was too late. Naruto already made his hand seal and 20 clones sprang into existence. You and what army? Naruto teased. He pushed Konohamaru away and told him to run. The boy listened and his friends joined him. Kankuro seethed, getting ready to attack, but suddenly stopped. Naruto turned to look above and to his left. There was a boy with dead eyes and aura of insanity standing on the tree. He was a redhead, green-eyed, and had a gourd on his back. There was a kanji for love on his left brow. Stop embarrassing our village, Kankuro, the boy said coldly and shunshined down to stand opposite of Naruto. Forgive us for my brother's stupidity. I didn't start it. That brat hit me and… Kankuro started to complain, but Gaara cut him off. Shut up or I'll kill you. Gaara's voice was cold as ice. Naruto sensed he was serious. Identify yourselves. Since you're obviously foreign and unsupervised, Naruto demanded while dismissing his clones. The redhead bowed slightly. Of course, I'm Gaara of the Sand. These are my brother and sister. I believe you know their names. Indeed, you're here for Chunin exams, aren't you? Naruto knew of the upcoming event unlike his teammates. He doubted that Kakashi was going to let them participate. We are, Temari said, now relaxed. Naruto sensed she was counting on Gaara to deal with him if the need arose. Gaara, he was an odd one. Naruto looked at him and almost laughed. He could see that he was a Jinchuriki like him, and bats hit crazy. Oh, this was priceless. The third would be very glad to know this. And you are? Gaara looked very interested. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto smirked and turned away from them. Good luck to you all in the exam. I heard it's dangerous. He could feel Gaara's cold stare follow him. As he turned around the corner, he immediately sped off to meet Sarutobi. Hey old man, Naruto said to Sarutobi after he closed the door to his office. It was late in the afternoon when he managed to catch the older man alone. Hello Naruto, what brings you here? If it's about Konohamaru, no need, I already know. Oh, you do? Good. Naruto smiled. That's what brought me here. After Konohamaru left, I met the third member of that genin team. He is their brother, Gaara. I know that, Naruto. They are Kazekage's children. Sarutobi spoke impatiently. He wanted Naruto to get on with it. Curious, and if you're so knowledgeable, then you also know that Gaara is like me, Naruto said smugly. I take it he didn't say that. Sarutobi narrowed his eyes in thought. No, but I felt it somehow. Don't ask me why. Must be a Jinchuriki thing. Sarutobi nodded. Perhaps. But what do you think of him? Naruto shrugged. Not much, he's obviously powerful. His brother and sister seemed deathly terrified of him when he threatened to kill them. He is crazy. I saw it in his look. That's what we heard too from our spies. But we didn't know it was Kazekage's youngest child who was Shikaku's container. Sarutobi mused aloud. What kind of a man makes his son a container and then drives him mad in his quest for power? I take it you don't like the Kazekage. Naruto spoke casually. He didn't need Sarutobi's answer. His feelings were very clear despite his poker facade. No, not really. Now please leave me alone. I have a lot of work to do. And thank you for watching over Konohamaru today. No problem. Naruto grinned and saluted in joking manner before exiting the office. Sarutobi shook his head before pressing his intercom button to raise his secretary ninja. Get me the ANBU commander and Ibiki, immediately Ishikawa-san. He didn't call for Danzo, the man already knew most likely. The presence of an unstable container called for extra security. Team 7 was nominated to enter the Chunin exam despite Naruto's expectations. Kakashi had expressed his belief in their skills. If one read between the lines, it meant he was pretty sure that Naruto and Sasuke were good enough to protect Sakura and pass the exam in relatively intact state. That's why they stood in the hallway on the second floor of the Ninja Academy listening to Sasuke boasting about his wonderful Genjutsu detection. At least he had complimented Sakura on it in belated attempt to encourage her. Really smooth, well, it wasn't in Naruto's opinion. The duckhead just had to open his mouth and boast. He failed to realize that this trick with a fake room for the exam was meant to discourage those truly inept to spare their worthless lives. Also, it attracted undue attention on Team 7 and increased the number of rivals in the real test. All of that with just a few words. Sasuke was awesome. Not. Naruto at least got the satisfaction of watching Sasuke get trounced by the green-clad genin with enormous taijutsu skills. To increase Sasuke's humiliation, Naruto told him that he got beaten by a person unable to use chakra externally and who was wearing at least half a ton of weight on him. That shut him up finally all the way to the real exam room. And there were other rookie teams, Asumas and Kurenai's. Look at that, now all rookies are here, Inuzuka Kiba said, grinning widely. Naruto knew he was just hiding his nervousness. Sasuke-kun, Ino squealed happily and leaped to hug him. Sakura pushed Sasuke aside to stop Ino's advances on her prey. Naruto shook his head sadly. fangirls were such a pest. But it was fun to watch Sasuke being pulled by them like a dolly. Troublesome women, Shikamaru muttered to Naruto. You guys got roped in this too? You know something I don't? Naruto wondered idly while exchanging nods with Choji and Shino. Both genin were listening too. I'm not sure, but my dad said that the Hokage allowed our nominations despite Iruka-sensei's objections. So? Naruto asked. He was with Iruka at first, but yesterday he changed his mind. And here we are in this troublesome situation. Ha Shika, you're just pissed that you have to work hard again. Kiba snorted. I can't wait for the fun to start. I'm gonna win this. Hey, would you lower your tone, kid? Said a gray-haired boy with round glasses. He looked tall, athletic, and about 17 or 18 years old. This is a serious thing. What do you mean? Sakura asked. I'm 5 years your senior and I've been attempting to pass the Chunin test for 7 times. I failed. Only luck and my team kept me alive. See those guys behind me? Those are the best genin from every village there is. Every single one has an ambition to be a Chunin. It's a harsh competition. Who are you? Naruto asked, feeling suspicious of the newcomer who was more than he seemed. He definitively was lying about something. My name is Yakushi Kabuto, Konoha's genin. I'm feeling generous today, so I'll share my knowledge of other genin here if you like. I've had a lot of opportunity to gather information on them. The gray-haired teen spoke with charm. He flourished a set of cards. I have it all on my Nin info cards. All I have to do is to channel my chakra in them and the info will become visible. So, anyone curious? Sasuke took the bait first. Rock Lee and Uzumaki Naruto. Konoha genin? Kabuto asked in surprise, then shrugged. All right, here it goes. Rock Lee, he's genin with 1 year of service. 75D ranks, 46C ranks. Not bad. No ninjutsu or jinjutsu, but his taijutsu is off the scale. His sensei is Mato Gai, Konoha's premier taijutsu fighter. His teammates are Hyuga Niji and Higurashi Tenten. Uzumaki Naruto, Kabuto searched for another card. Ah, there he is. 42D ranks, 7C ranks, and 1A rank mission. High stats on taijutsu, ninjutsu, and kenjutsu. His genjutsu stands as average, although he rarely uses it. Sensei, Hatake Kakashi. Impressive. Naruto smiled politely. Thanks, Kabuto-san. Care to tell me about Gaara of the Sand? No problem, Naruto-kun. Kabuto smiled and got another card. Here he is from Suna. 30D ranks, 39C ranks, and 1 solo B rank mission. Wow, he came back without a scratch from each mission. He's sure something else. Kabuto observed every rookie with satisfaction. As you can see, every genin here is strong. Of course, there are some new faces here, like those from the new village, the Sound. Not really powerful as it is, but you can be sure they will try to prove themselves. That's when the trouble emerged. A trio OD genin from the Sound rushed Kabuto, since they heard his condescending description of their village. Kabuto dodged the attack from one of them, or it just looked so his glasses cracked and Kabuto threw up a little and fell on his knees. He looked shocked. Naruto narrowed his eyes for a second, then smoothed his face. He watched the genin who swung his arm at Kabuto. He was equipped with earmuffs and his arm had a metal gauntlet. Naruto noticed it despite the sleeve. The only thing that had physical ability to strike yet remain unseen was the air or the sound. Naruto bet it was the second thing because Kabuto lost balance and puked. Sound could disturb the inner ear quite easily. But the fight was interrupted by the arrival of the examiner. A tall trenchcoat wearing guy with bandana covering his head. His face had scars and he looked mean. No fights are allowed unless we say otherwise, genin. The guy growled at the Sound trio menacingly. Another outburst like that and you're out of the exam. Sorry, we got too excited. The Sound throwing genin spoke insincerely. He didn't bother to be convincing. I am Marino Ibiki, your proctor in the first test. Get your seat numbers and shut up. Ibiki yelled and everyone obeyed, taking the numbers by his assistants, a bunch of mean, hawk-eyed chunins. When everyone was in their place, Ibiki cleared his throat. This exam will be a written test, but there are some rules that have to be obeyed without question. You will have 9 questions to answer in your papers while the 10th will be asked later. Now, you have exactly 1 hour to write your answers. No cheating, that will cost you points. If you are caught enough times, you will be expelled. And your teammates can pass this exam only together. Also, every team member must answer enough questions to pass. If he doesn't, he and his buddies are out. That's the second rule. The third will be announced later when the 10th question comes up. You may start now. Everyone was shocked with harsh rules, especially about being failed as a team. And the questions were obviously too difficult for mere genins. Well, not for Sakura and Naruto. Sakura was a very bright girl, and Naruto had the benefit of having a teacher from a society that was thousands of years ahead. Naruto had to learn the galactic-level knowledge, which included hyperspace mathematics, xenobiology, and molecular chemistry, and there was much more. Thank Kami he had the force. It helped him to memorize the sheer data Master Avarice was cramming in Naruto's mind. Thus, Naruto easily solved simple physics questions and some others. He didn't bother to write it all, he had enough to pass. He idly started to observe the other genins. Hinata, who used her bloodline to gather answers from a guy 2 rows ahead. Naruto scanned him idly, impressed with his knowledge, and almost laughed. He was a plant to provide the answers for those who knew how to cheat properly. Naruto realized that the test was meant to weed out those who couldn't cheat well enough. He approved this was worth his respect. He saw Sasuke use his Sharingan to copy the writing movements of another fake genin. He noticed Shino's bugs collecting answers. Kiba's partner Akamaru was on his head, thus able to see someone's paper and tell Kiba the right answers. Soon, the elimination of those 2 inept started. By the time the hour was up, 12 teams were kicked out. Naruto had a feeling it wasn't over yet. Ibiki was feeling gleeful as of a sudden. Stop writing maggots. The test is about to end. Now is the time to answer the 10th question, but there is a new rule here. I'm giving you 2 options. You can refuse to take the 10th question or not, but if you do, and answer it wrong, you fail. And of course your teammates fail too, regardless of their answer, and regardless of your results of the written test. Why would we want to refuse the question then? Someone asked what was on everyone's mind. Ibiki grinned. Good question, brat. Well, if you refuse to answer, you fail and can try again in 6 months somewhere else. It's your bad luck that I'm the proctor this time. But if you answer and it's wrong, well then you will never be allowed to take the Chunin exam again. I have it in written from your Kages that it will be enforced. So who's staying and who's leaving? And hurry up, I'm not a patient person. Ibiki smiled happily. His audience swallowed his speech hook, line and stick too. He loved playing with his victims' minds. Naruto could feel it was just another trick. Ibiki's emotions were easily read. But he had to admit that the guy was devious. He just cornered every genin in the room and they started to panic like little headless chickens. The number of quitters begun to rise quickly, and Naruto was amused. He frowned when he saw Sakura hesitate. She was worried for Sasuke. Crap, she was going to quit. He slammed his palm on the table. The sound stopped everyone, and they stared at Naruto, who glared at Ibiki. Bring it on already. I'm not scared. So what if I won't be able to take this exam again? It won't stop me from training and becoming stronger. There are people out there without any official rank in ninja world, yet they are easily as strong as any Kage. That stopped most of the remaining genin cold, and Ibiki glared at Naruto. He eyed the genin in the room who remained and realized his bluff wasn't working anymore. Well, anyone else wants to quit? Nobody moved. Ibiki sighed. All right, you passed. Everybody face-faulted at that. Chapter 7. All right, maggots. This is the place for your second test, Training Area 44, or better known as Forest of Death, said the proctor for the second test. She was tall, athletic, and absolutely mean in appearance and behavior. Her name was Mitarashi Anko, Special Jounin. She was determined to cut the number of the Chunin hopefuls in half. Anko was barely dressed under her yellowish trench coat. She looked like a prostitute, except she moved like a tiger on prowl, making most of the present genin very uncomfortable. Naruto wasn't disturbed by her behavior, neither was the other Jinchuriki. But he carefully took note of Kabuto's hidden amusement, shared by the female grass ninja whose signature in the force sent strange signals to him. The presence was oddly male, yet at the same time it was female. Maybe some sort of personality/sex orientation disorder? Still, whoever he or she was, he was very good at concealing their true strength. And he was very interested in his team, more likely because of the Uchiha-s. Naruto knew it meant trouble. Suddenly he leaned aside to dodge the kunai thrown by Anko, who flashed behind him with another under his chin. "Look! Look!" Anko purred as she draped herself on Naruto's back, causing several older genin feel envious of the blonde. "Are you finding this boring, genin?" Maybe poor Anko-chan wasn't clear when she said you should pay attention. There was a thin line of blood now trickling down Naruto's throat, and Anko licked it gleefully. Sweet young blood, too bad. The young ones tend to die first. Naruto used his finger to push her kunai away and shrugged. "Well, why don't you get on with the show? I'm bored already." "Spoil sport," Anko grumbled, and then turned around suddenly at the grass kunoichi, who had her thrown kunai wrapped within her elongated tongue. "Watch it, genin. You could get yourself killed by sneaking up on your superiors." "I'm sorry, your kunai grazed my hair. I got excited, but I wanted to give it back," Grass Kunoichi said and offered it to Anko. Anko swiped it from her, showing no disturbance at the large tongue. She pocketed the blade and returned to stand in front of them all again. "Okay, your task is to enter this area and get another scroll from others. Remember, to pass you must complete this test with both scrolls, heaven and earth, with your teammates alive, and within 5 days you have to show up at the central station. That is your finishing line, so to speak. Before you enter, you will sign special forms that my colleagues are giving you." "Why?" some genin asked. "Why? To state that Konoha or myself aren't responsible for your death or injury that will surely occur in this test." Anko spoke gleefully and said genin plus many others paled. Sakura's nervousness shot up too, but she held her posture relatively well. She was counting on Sasuke and Naruto to watch her back. Naruto idly toyed with the idea of letting his teammates die, but cast it away. It would be too convenient in the eyes of Kakashi and other higher-ups. Even Sarutobi would be suspicious. Naruto grinned as he was sailing through the air after being thrown away by the powerful burst of some kind of wind technique. He sensed the buildup of chakra before it got him. He let it hit him. He used the force to control his flight and landed softly on the trunk of the gigantic tree, and then hopped on the other to avoid being eaten by a huge snake coiled around the tree he landed on. The oversized mousetrap eyed Naruto balefully. It didn't like its prey escaping. Naruto sensed that the thing had chakra and intelligence. It was a summon. And only one person summoned snakes, at least that he knew of: Orochimaru. Orochimaru was a legendary jounin of Konoha, one of the so-called 3 legendary ninjas, the Sannin. He was once a candidate for the position of the 4th Hokage, but wasn't chosen. Sarutobi selected Namikaze Minato, who was younger but no less powerful than his favorite student. He sensed something was wrong with his student, and later he was proved right. Orochimaru became obsessed with immortality and started to experiment on people, even on fellow villagers and ninjas. The madman escaped, never to return, or so was thought. Obviously, he was after Sasuke's prized bloodline. Orochimaru was known for his fascination with the fabled Sharingan. As the summoned snake assaulted again, Naruto led it around on a merry chase. The creature could never hope to catch the young Sith. It was laughable. So Naruto laughed and played with the snake until he grew bored and used one of his clones as a decoy. The clone exploded in Snake's belly, forcing it to return to its realm. Exploding tags attached on the clone worked splendidly and cost less chakra than an exploding clone variant. When Naruto sneaked upon his teammates, and on Orochimaru, who didn't sense his presence due to the ability of his to dampen his presence with the force, he saw that they were absolutely terrified of the strange grass kunoichi, who easily defeated them with mere killing intent. Naruto did nothing as he watched Sasuke run with Sakura. He instead observed the snake summoning ninja as he moved effortlessly in a creepy snake-like fashion. Naruto shook his head. This guy was taking his reputation way too seriously. He scanned him with the force directly, focusing deeply. He saw it then, the truth behind the illusion of humanity. Orochimaru was actually somehow possessing a new body, a female ninja. Naruto was fascinated. He never expected that it was possible to do so without the force. Yet chakra was a mental power too, and seals could accomplish almost anything in theory. Obviously, Orochimaru managed to find a way to transfer himself in a new body. It was ironic Orochimaru actually succeeded in doing what many Sith Lords failed at. Naruto was certain that his master was going to be most annoyed that some force-blind bully with almost uncontrollable fear of death managed to find a way to cheat death. Finally, Sasuke managed to calm himself with kunai stabbed in his leg. The pain shook him up, and he angrily started to attack the older ninja as he was provoked with comment about his brother. Naruto found it utterly predictable. Sakura was standing useless, and Sasuke was running furiously with his bloodline activate was next to useless against an S-class ninja. Naruto was also amazed at Sasuke's idiocy. He should have realized that his opponent wasn't someone ordinary, and snakes were a dead giveaway. Summoners were rare in the ninja world. As Sasuke was finished with his latest attack, a wire bound Orochimaru to the tree, and Sasuke used a powerful fire jutsu to incinerate him, or so he thought. Orochimaru laughed merrily, snapped the wires and walked out of the fire with just smudges on his skin and clothes which peeled away to reveal his true face. Well, it wasn't, but nobody had to know that. It was hardly dignified for Orochimaru to walk around as a girl. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful Sasuke-kun. Orochimaru spoke in an excited tone, eyeing the last loyal Uchiha almost lovingly, as if he was looking at a precious art piece. He was about to gloat some more, but a sound of hands clapping stopped him. Bravo, genius at work is a joy to observe. Naruto cheered excitedly, so obviously mocking Sasuke and Orochimaru. Both were called geniuses all the time. Oh, you live! Orochimaru spoke in surprised fashion, yet it didn't seem to faze him at all. It was as if he was considering Naruto an insect that survived his swat. Not a threat at all. Naruto grinned. Nice little snake you sent me, Orochimaru. We had a nice game of tag. It blew her completely out of my way. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes a little. He understood Naruto's words fully. I see. No matter, stay out of my way, child. I have no interest in insignificant brats. That is hardly a word that should be used to describe me. Coward. Naruto was still smiling. Orochimaru's killer intent threw Sakura and Sasuke on their knees. The Sannin was staring at Naruto icily. Naruto waved cheerfully, showing he was completely unfazed by Orochimaru's display of power. Both Sasuke and Sakura were shocked to realize Naruto wasn't affected. My, Naruto drawled, still grinning. It seems I hit a nerve. You are that boy. Orochimaru suddenly realized who was this child in front of him. Of course, only a Jinchuriki could be immune to his wrath. So, you are Uzumaki Naruto. Both Sasuke and Sakura exchanged looks of surprise. Naruto was known to such people as legendary Sannin? That would be me. Naruto bowed slightly. You don't need an introduction. Your reputation precedes you. Exceedingly so. Why? Thank you so much, Naruto-kun. Orochimaru chuckled in amusement. Now, I'd like to do what I came to do and I'll be on my way. He stared hungrily at Sasuke, who shivered. He now knew who he was facing. He seethed for a moment. He hated being so defenseless. That's what I wanted to talk about, Orochimaru-san. Naruto interrupted the Sannin again. Yes. Orochimaru spoke in low, dangerous voice. He was getting seriously annoyed with the brat. Jinchuriki or no, he was nothing to him. I assume you plan to do something experimental with my teammate. I must caution you against that. Naruto spoke in a calm, friendly manner. When Orochimaru did nothing, he took that as a sign to explain himself. You see, the first thing is that I need Sasuke alive to advance to the next stage of the exam. Sasuke gritted his teeth in anger. Naruto was such an arrogant, self-serving bastard at times. Why should I care? Orochimaru said, half amused. He decided to hear this now interesting person. Again, I assume that your thing will prove dangerous to Sasuke, maybe even disabling. I'm concerned that I will not be able to cover him and my arguably barely useful female teammate. And since this place is full of others who'd love to nail Sasuke for bragging rights if nothing else, you see where I'm going. Even if he lives through your experiment, he might not survive other competitors. Orochimaru pursed his bloodless lips in thought. He had to admit the girl was pitiful, and his seal was a dangerous thing to apply on his chosen subjects. The blonde brat had a point, but not fully so. And what are other reasons? Naruto shrugged. I think that you should also consider what his older brother might decide to do if you mess with Sasuke. Sasuke snarled in an instant rage. Shut up. You know nothing about tea. He suddenly froze as Naruto's killing intent flooded the area, much like Orochimaru's did a few moments ago. He gasped as he saw Naruto's eyes, slitted and bloody red like Sharingan. Sakura nearly vomited as she acutely felt Naruto's anger and malice stabbing her between her eyes, like sharp needles heated up by flames. Orochimaru raised his eyebrows at such blatant display of power from the boy who seemed so calm. He had to admit, though, that it was impressive. And those eyes, they were inhuman. He shuddered within himself, realizing how thin line was between him and the nine-tailed beast. Just a shell of flesh and child's will, nothing in comparison with the fabled creature that once toppled countries just by breathing, so to speak. And why would Itachi-kun care what happens to his brother? You do know who is he? Naruto's killing intent faded and his eyes were again cheerfully blue. I think that you should wonder, why did he leave him alive when he got rid of his whole family first? I think he had a good reason, a very good reason. After all, a maniac who can kill a whole clan, his clan, of very powerful ninjas in cold blood, had to have a very strong reason to spare his weak brother. Orochimaru found himself nodding in agreement. Indeed, I've often wondered at that myself. I knew Itachi-kun since he was a mere genin, and later as he became a rogue like myself. I admit he is a powerful ninja, on my level even. But he never betrayed any hint of his motivations or attachments to his family. Then he stared at Naruto, remembering those demon eyes, and some form of suspicion rose. Perhaps you know? You are, after all, that child, feared and disliked at the same time. With a good reason, There are things that no one should ask Orochimaru, Naruto said coolly, his mask of deference to the older ninja fading. It was so complete that even Orochimaru found himself admiring Naruto's acting skills. This wasn't some weak, ordinary boy, but he already had his answer. A no sometimes gave away more than silence. But the saying of old mentions that silence is golden, and gold is always a sign of something being there for all to see if they cared to dig deeper. Interesting, Orochimaru chuckled. And if I decide to continue with my original course, you will try to stop me. Naruto shrugged nonchalantly. I certainly don't want to meet Uchiha Itachi and try to explain to him that I didn't think it was worth my skin to help Sasuke. Besides, to fight you, I'd have to use my special skills, and that would undoubtedly create a lot of damage, and even my teammates would be in danger. By the way, are you really sure that Sasuke is the right one for your thing? Orochimaru smiled indulgently. I believe I am a good judge of potential child. I was a sensei too. Certainly better than most of the jounin in Konoha. I believe you. Still, it wouldn't hurt to see more of Sasuke's skills, right? I mean, one lousy fight against you is hardly a measuring stick. Sasuke should have a chance against other opponents to prove his worth. Maybe. Orochimaru trailed off while considering possibilities. This was unfortunately a true and valid point. Uchiha Sasuke indeed made a good impression on him, but he may have been too lenient in his desire to fulfill his ambition. But he would be hard-pressed to mark the child later. This was a unique chance to do it. Who was he kidding? He was a Sannin and Konoha was once his playground. He could do it later, he just thought it was much nicer this way to tempt the Uchiha more. But as he considered it further, he realized that Sasuke was ripe for taking. He just had to wait. The boy wanted power, he could see it in his eyes. No, Sasuke was already his. Also, if the threat of marking the last Uchiha disturbed Konoha's leaders and his old sensei sufficiently to distract them from his real reason for coming back, he liked that too. Still, he'd love to see how strong was Kyuubi's host. If that blasted child of Kazekage's was any indicator, well, that would just be lovely. He almost laughed aloud. Those fools in the Sand Village would get weaker, and Konoha would be weakened too. And he would have his prizes all to himself without any risks. Very well, Naruto-kun, you've made your case. I'll leave your teammate alone, for now. If only to amuse myself even more. He vanished, leaving his trademark creepy chuckle echo behind. As soon as he was certain that Orochimaru was gone, Naruto let go of the force. He spent a great deal of his concentration trying to influence the snake summoner. He was practically oozing calm, friendly aura just to make Sannin consider his words. And then to top it, he had to make his suggestions more appealing and convincing than they were. It wasn't impossible to influence even strong-minded individuals, contrary to popular belief. It just wasn't as easy as with weak ones. And even then, one could only make strong suggestions that had to appear as logical, acceptable. He could never make Orochimaru do something against his interests, so he had to make it look like it was in his favor to leave Sasuke alone for now. It was a combination of fast talking, mental coercion, and a good dose of Orochimaru's arrogance that let him pull this off. Sweet Kami, is he really gone? Sakura gasped as she realized that the crazy man wasn't with them anymore. She was eyeing the surrounding forest in paranoia, expecting Orochimaru to jump out of shadows saying he tricked them. Somehow, the image of Orochimaru cackling like a child disturbed her the most. Relax, he's gone for now, Naruto said from his perching place on the tree. Sasuke stood up and glared at him. You went too far, Uzumaki. I didn't need any protection. I can take care of my problems. Naruto merely smiled. Your problems? If that guy had his way with you, you'd be screaming in pain right now and be very ill. And that would make it mine and Sakura's problem. Besides, I didn't protect you. I just bought you some time to get protection. What do you mean by that? Sakura asked. Don't you guys know what Orochimaru did to be cast out of Konoha? He experimented on villagers. It was some really nasty stuff. He is said to be obsessed with blood limits. I guess Sasuke is going to be one of his newest test subjects. You can be sure of this, he is going to come for Sasuke. I just managed to convince him to postpone the doctor's appointment. Sakura paled. That's insane. This is Konoha. One can't just waltz in and do things to our ninja. Naruto shrugged. You are forgetting that Orochimaru was one of us too, and damn good at his job. He was almost chosen as the next fourth, you know. Thank Kami he wasn't, or Kyuubi would have obliterated the village. So we just let him take Sasuke-kun? We have to tell this to Sensei, to the third, and then they can protect Sasuke-kun, Sakura said hotly. We will, Sasuke stated firmly. But in meantime we have to complete this exam. And Uzumaki, we will talk about some things you said. Be my guest, Sasuke-kun. Naruto smiled mockingly and they moved. Chapter 8. Naruto sighed in exasperation as he watched others in the hall gape at the third as he was explaining true purpose of the exam. It was simply a way to express the strength of one's village to prospective customers while avoiding a war. Chunin exams allowed each village to show off their ninjas who fought for their promotion, yet also for their village to a final conclusion if necessary. Naruto understood that from the very beginning. The exam wasn't a friendly competition, but a real struggle for survival. Many genins who entered the Forest of Death didn't make it. Most of them either fell to the local wildlife or to Gaara of the Sand and his demon-induced madness. Another person appeared on the floor of the hall. He was young, but sick jounin who had a katana strapped on his back, and he interrupted Hokage's speech. Excuse me, Hokage-sama. May I take over the next part of this stage? Hokage nodded and vanished from the tiled floor without a word. The jounin stared at the genin blandly for a moment. My name is Gecko Hayate and I'm your next proctor. As some of you may have already guessed, the last phase of this exam is about one-on-one combat. So far you've all shown sufficient teamwork, otherwise you wouldn't have been here. But since there is so many of you who reached this stage, and the final round is being observed by important people with little time to spare, we will have preliminary matches to determine who amongst you will reach final matches. You will wait until your name is called, and then you can fight your opponents. The rules are simple: you fight as long as you can. That means until you surrender or lose consciousness or die. But when I say that the match is finished, you will stop fighting at once. Or I will stop you. Is that clear? Now, is there anyone who wishes to leave before we start? Excuse me, Proctor. I must give up. Yakushi Kabuto raised his right hand in the air, looking sorry to do so. My chakra is low, and I lost hearing in my left ear. I'm afraid I can't fight as well as I can. You are Yakushi Kabuto, correct? Hayate consulted his paper and nodded. Indeed you are. What a bad luck you have. All rigged, you can leave. When Kabuto left, Hayate asked for others, but no one said anything. All right, everybody on the balcony. The electronic board will show your names in a random fashion, and then you fight. Naruto followed his teammates, who went up to join Kakashi on the balcony, and he followed Kabuto's retreat. The fake genin was a liar, a good one, but he couldn't hide anything from the force-sensitive like Naruto. Kabuto was no mere genin, more like he was a well-trained spy, most likely Orochimaru's, since he had shown an unhealthy interest in Sasuke. Also, he had a strong emotional reaction when he saw Sasuke uninjured and able to use chakra. His thoughts were clear in that moment. To Naruto, he caught two words: Curse Seal. It was too much of a coincidence when combined with his well-hidden lack of fear in the forest, his ability to gather information, and how well-meaning he appeared to be. Naruto had to restrain himself from choking Kabuto to the death with a force grip. He somehow doubted he could explain that to his annoying teammates who took so long to figure out what the hell those heaven and earth scrolls were for. The electronic boards started to roll, and Naruto decided to play with them a little. He reached with the force and pushed at their mechanisms to confuse their systems, thus altering pairs of combatants from what was meant to be. The first pair was Aburame Shino against Akado Yoroi. Both genins stepped down to the arena below and faced each other. First match, Aburame Shino versus Akado Yoroi. Begin, Hayate announced and vanished from the floor. Shino simply stood in his place as Yoroi rushed at him. His move was to grab the rookie, and to his surprise he did and grinned. Ha, you're mine, kid. My chakra draining technique will finish you off. How curious, Yoroi-san, that you would use such a technique on myself. Shino said calmly, not showing any pain or fear. Instead, he grabbed Yoroi with both hands, and a swarm of insects rushed out of his wide sleeves to latch on the immobilized Yoroi. Yoroi tried to disengage from Shino, his chakra-sucking technique shut down, but it was impossible. Shino moved closer and more insects poured out from his coat and enveloped Yoroi like a living, buzzing second skin. Soon Yoroi stopped struggling and Shino released the wrestling hold he had on him, and his insects retreated under his coat. Hayate announced his victory and medic Nines rushed Yoroi's unconscious form out. What's so funny, sensei? Sakura asked Kakashi, who was chuckling in amusement. Oh, I was just marveling at that genin's lack of information. To attack an Aburame Nin with chakra-draining jutsu. It's funny. Why? Because of Shino's bugs? They were creepy, Sakura commented. I mean, we all know he has them inside his body, but I never imagined so many. Equally, close combat with an Aburame clansman is a foolish thing in most cases. Their bugs are widely known to be able to suck one's whole chakra in a minute or so. Even a few seconds are sufficient to loose a large supply of chakra. This Yoroi fellow surely chose a wrong way to attack Shino. You don't drain the Aburame ninja, he does that to you. If you face Shino later, I recommend you stay away from him, Kakashi explained and started to read his orange-covered smut again. Naruto played with boards again and smiled. This time it was Sakura's turn to fight, with Hyuga Niji. Sakura squared her face into a brave facade, but Niji just smirked cruelly as she stood in front of him. Haruno Sakura versus Hyuga Niji. Begin, the proctor said and vanished, leaving Niji to stare coldly at Sakura. Niji surprised everyone as he turned his back on the pink-haired girl. Humph. You're so weak you aren't even worth the effort. Sakura's face contorted with anger. Naruto smiled despite her polite and meek demeanor. Sakura had serious anger issues. Oh, she was scared easily and weak, but that only fueled her anger that often erupted within her. Her violent escapades against fellow genins in the academy were clear examples of her violent tendencies. Many a boy suffered her wrath-fueled jaw-breaking punches. But it was a fact she only attacked those she perceived as safe, and not many were. Often she had to suppress her true feelings when faced with older and superior people, and her polite ass-kissing persona became her true self. But that anger never left her, and she practically had another Sakura within herself, brash, honest, and punch-loving. Naruto saw this happen over the years, and was always fascinated with such a development. He pushed on her rage and she reacted. She rushed at Niji's back, her face scowling. Her legs flexed and Sakura jumped in attempt to deliver a neck-breaking sidekick. But Niji ducked slightly, waiting for her to touch ground. His veiny pale eyes glinted victoriously as he delivered a series of quick jabs to her back. It was over in 3 seconds. As I said, you're not worth my time. Niji scoffed arrogantly as he started to walk away from Sakura, who couldn't move on the floor. Medics took her with them after announcing she was not in any danger. What was that? Sasuke asked Kakashi as his Sharingan spun wildly. It looked like he pushed chakra in her body. True, your eyes do you proud. Kakashi spoke quietly. Naruto sighed slightly. That was a short example of perhaps the deadliest taijutsu in Konoha and the world, the Juken. Only Hyugas can use it, for it relies heavily upon their Byakugan to see chakra coils and tenketsu. This Niji guy, he's a genius of their family. He was able to see her tenketsu clearly in combat and shut them down with his chakra delivered via his fingers. Despite looking like taps, those strikes hurt Sakura a lot. Her chakra system was disrupted and she is unable to even stand. It will take her a few days to recover. If you face him, and I think you will, don't let him hit you. Even one hit can end the match, if it lands on the right spot. Ha! Naruto said with a smile. Sasuke is sure lucky to have his own dojutsu that helps to avoid being hit. Indeed, Kakashi nodded. And you're quite fast too, and with your shadow clones you can confuse him. Both of you could beat him, but still it's really hard to fight one Hyuga. I can't say if you two can win, he's more experienced. HN. Sasuke was usually a man of few words, as he was the next to fight against Yamanaka Ino. Sasuke vaulted down on the floor and waited for Ino to come. The girl gave him a sweet smile that barely hid her trepidation. She knew Sasuke was too good. After Hayate announced the start of their match, Sasuke immediately launched an offensive with fast punches and kicks that forced Ino back. She managed to backflip from him, launch a few kunai to distract the Uchiha who didn't bother activating his dojutsu. He saw her do the hand seal for her possession jutsu and blurred aside. Ino tried to compensate and switch her aim, but Sasuke was too fast. He launched his own shuriken, this time with active Sharingan. Ino tried to dodge, but that was just a ruse. 3 shurikens had wires attached on them, and guided by Sasuke's deft hands and eyes, they ensnared the girl tightly. Sasuke pulled hard and she was thrown forward, unable to resist. Sasuke grabbed her and placed his kunai under her chin. His face was calm, even pleased as Hayate announced his easy victory. Good job, Sasuke. Kakashi tapped his student on the shoulder. Naruto nodded to Sasuke, who just stared at the board in expectation of the next match. He didn't have to wait too long. It was Kiba's turn against Choji. Naruto set himself for a long match. Kiba was good at taijutsu, relying on his speed and ferociousness, while Choji was stronger and had better defensive techniques. Hey Akamaru, let's get Choji right. Kiba spoke eagerly to his white-furred partner. I won't go down easy, Kiba, Choji said with hungry smile. Sensei promised me all the barbecue I can eat if I win. Up on the balcony, Yuhi Kurinai sighed as she heard that and glared at Sarutobi Asuma, who just shrugged. Sorry, Kurinai. I had to say something to motivate the kid. Kiba attacked first, making a straight rush for Choji, who half-crouched and met the Inuzuka boy with his hands crossed. They clashed with a meaty thud, Choji actually slid back under the force of Kiba's assault. He made a move to smack Kiba with his massive fists, but Kiba slid aside quickly and attacked again with his sharp nails in a clawing motion. Choji dodged and rushed to overwhelm the dog like Genin. Only Kiba's dog partner attacked and foiled Choji's sudden rush. Choji had to jump away to avoid having his leg bitten by the white dog. Kiba took that moment to make his body more feral with his family jutsu and a soldier pill. He was now much faster and his fangs and nails were longer. He hit Choji with his shoulder, making the big boy stumble back. Then he slid around and tried for a slashing assault. But Choji was strong and he managed to enlarge his arms several times. It became a massive limb that took Kiba's attack easily. With both arms now enlarged, Choji sought to grab and smash the dog and his owner. But Kiba's speed saved him and he made some distance from his opponent. He gave a red pill to Akamaru, who ate it and became larger red-furred dog with more powerful body and chakra. Kiba threw several smoke grenades at Choji, who disappeared from everyone's sight. Kiba's dog turned into his master and twin feral Kibas attacked with spinning motion, with piercing fangs, making it look like two tornadoes were moving in tandem. Soon, everyone heard loud sounds of hitting and yelling in the smoke area. It was obvious that Kiba and his dog were using their noses to target the Akimichi. But suddenly both of them flew out of the smoke and stared at a rolling ball that Choji became. It was twice as large as a man and fast. Kiba and Akamaru tried to pierce Choji in this form, but the round spinning surface deftly deflected their attacks. But Kiba wasn't a quitter. He and Akamaru led the Akimichi around, using their agility to goad the Akimichi in reckless attack. Kiba made himself stationary and Choji thought he had him. He rolled at Kiba at full speed. Kiba vanished in the last second, becoming Akamaru, while the real Kiba pushed Choji forward into the wall. Choji smashed the wall with tremendous force. It still wasn't enough to stop him. But Kiba took advantage of Choji's confusion and jumped at him and placed his kunai under his chin. Choji visibly deflated as he knew he lost. Winner, Inuzuka Kiba, the proctor said, and Kiba grinned, toothily picking up his dog and received praise from his sensei and teammates. Choji grumbled sadly about losing the chance to eat at his sensei's expense, but brightened considerably when Asuma assured him he would get his free meal anyway for the good effort. Asuma looked sad at the fact that two of his genin lost their fights, but brightened considerably as he watched Shikamaru demolish the foolish girl from the Sound Village in one move. Shikamaru didn't look happy in turn. He hated the fact he would have to fight again in the real final stage. Naruto grinned wolfishly and went down to face another Sound genin, Zaku Abomi. Zaku was dark-haired, mean-looking boy with Sound's headband under which ran two metallic guards for his face, each for one side of his head. "Hurry up, you Konoha trash," Zaku growled, impatiently revealing his lack of patience and caution. Naruto merely took his time, enjoying Zaku's arrogant ignorance. Uzumaki Naruto versus Zaku Abomi. Begin, Hayate said and vanished. Zaku immediately raised his arms and sent a high-pressurized burst of air at the blonde genin, who merely blurred aside. The attack cracked the wall in a wide semicircle, proving the strength of Zaku's attack. Zaku chuckled evilly at Naruto, who was gathering his chakra and making hand seals at surprising speed. "Hey, you're just trash. Any jutsu you throw, I'll just throw it back at you and then some more. Extreme decapitating airwaves. Die!" Zaku's palms glowed with gathered chakra and released a massive burst of air at the same time as Naruto unleashed his own jutsu, the Great Breakthrough. Two air waves of great power collided, sucking almost all of the air in the huge hall, and then Naruto smiled and made the same signs again, adding another attack almost instantly and overpowered Zaku's attack. With a roar, the winds picked up the fool and smashed his body in the opposite wall of the arena, a result of Naruto's subtle touch with force telekinesis. Zaku's body was buried inside the stone. Blood spattered the edge of the hole. He was dead. Hayate appeared next to Zaku's lower body, still sticking out of the hole, and made obviously needless check on him. "Winner, Uzumaki Naruto," he said in the end, and medic Nines rushed in to pick up Zaku's corpse. Naruto just walked away without any care. He smirked inwardly, knowing that he scared some of his possible opponents with his display of power. Interesting tactic, Naruto, Kakashi said to him with thinly veiled interest. Double jutsu barrage, that's unexpected. But I admit, very creative. Did you practice that? Of course. You said I should try every combination with jutsus you showed me, sensei. This one doesn't require too many seals, and I thought it would be good to be able to fire powerful wide-area blasts in quick sequence. It took some time to figure out how to use only half of the gathered chakra for the first blast. The jutsu tends to suck all of it if you're not careful. Simple and effective. Kakashi was thoughtful. You really did master your techniques. I'm glad. Why didn't you use fire? I prefer wind jutsu, sensei. They are easier for me and more powerful. You've shown capacity for all elements if I remember correctly, Kakashi stated. I don't deny I can do them all, but I think it has more to do with my chakra than with my elemental alignments. If you get what I mean, Naruto replied, making Kakashi nod. Naruto was implying that Kyuubi was involved, maybe. I suppose it's so. Well, we'll continue your education in ninjutsu later. Let's watch other matches. Sasuke was hiding his annoyance. He didn't understand what was special about Naruto's chakra, and Kakashi wasn't talking. He copied Naruto's move but knew also he couldn't produce so much power at once. Naruto's chakra capacity was beyond his by several levels. Still, he had his fire jutsus that trumped wind techniques. Naruto may be strong, but that wasn't all to being ninja. I like that brat. Anko grinned in her crazy manner next to Kurenai, who was frowning at Naruto's display of power. You would, Anko, wouldn't you? What's wrong, Kurenai? It was a fair fight and the brat won by sheer power and some skill. I doubt that many genins can mold chakra so fast and focused. And kid's a powerhouse. He just killed his opponent and walked away as if nothing happened. Is it possible that he used it? Come on, don't tell me you're one of those who dislike the kid too? Couldn't you tell the difference? He wasn't using anything but his own chakra. He's just that strong. And with Hatake to train him, you really shouldn't be so surprised. Anko said sharply. No, I don't dislike him, Anko. It's just that, damn, when you and I were genin, we weren't nearly as powerful as he is. He just expended enough chakra to make most genin too tired for fighting. And he's acting like he just had a nice warm-up spar. Anko chuckled, understanding Kurenai's frustration. Both of them had to scrape for every bit of power they gained, and it was never enough. Now here comes a brat half their age and twice their power. Sorry, Kure-chan, but that's the way in our world. I'd like his stamina too, but not his burden along with it. I have enough of my own troubles. I know, Kurenai said and eyed her students. And how am I supposed to train my students to win against someone like him? I'm sure you'll find a way, Anko said and focused on the next match. It was another quick one where the red-headed genin form the sand fought another sound genin. It was disturbingly quick. The redhead merely let his sand flow and encase his opponent, who never saw such jutsu. The sand moved like a massive hand and smothered the sound genin in one move, turning him into a bloody paste. Ouch! That was nasty. The next one attracted everyone's attention. It was between Rock Lee and Hyuga Hinata. They were so opposite of each other that it was funny. Hinata was shy, soft-spoken, and had no competitive spirit, and she wore typical pale Hyuga clothes. Lee, on the other hand, was a pure Mato guy, clone tall, muscular, dressed in the eye-killing green spandex and with eternal chipper attitude. Yash Hyuga-san, let's do our best to prove our skills to everyone. Lee smiled exuberantly and assumed his nice guy pose and flashed Hinata his toothy shiny smile that was surely meant to blind his enemies. Hi. Hinata spoke and gave him a slight bow. She slowly assumed her family's taijutsu stance and activated her dojutsu, making veins around her pale eyes bulge slightly. Lee stood fully erect, standing in sideways pose, his right arm at his right hip, his left bent at the elbow and raised towards Hinata. Begin, A8 ordered and left. Lee moved first, his form vanishing. Hinata instantly spun on the spot, half crouching, her left deflecting Lee's kick and the right tried to jab his stomach. But Lee was obviously very familiar with the Jukin because he slaped her palm aside and scrambled away. Hinata remained standing content to defend. Naruto found her attitude a correct measure, since she couldn't match Lee in strength or speed. For all her shortcomings, Hinata wasn't stupid, unlike some girls. Impressive speed. Kakashi observed silently to his students. Hey, you should have seen him kick Sasuke's ass before the first exam. Naruto smirked and Sasuke scowled as his Sharingan was following every move Lee made. He was analyzing his style. Kakashi was well aware of it, but said nothing to dissuade him from that. No surprise, his taijutsu is incredibly advanced, which is understandable since Guy is the best taijutsu master in Konoha. Kakashi said with serious tone. Lee is probably one of the best genin here. Even though he can't use chakra? Sakura asked. To say he can't use it would be wrong. He just can't convert it into ninjutsu or genjutsu. But the Goken doesn't require such things, only raw physical energy. That doesn't seem impressive. Sasuke snorted. Is that so? Kakashi asked in slightly mocking tone. And what if I told you that this genin would have been able to beat that Haku person alone? No way, Sakura said in shock. Look and see, Kakashi told her, and they all saw Lee dance in circles around Hinata, who was desperately avoiding his lightning-fast attacks only because her eyes let her see him wherever he went. Lee suddenly focused his energy and simply vanished from his spot. Hinata didn't have time to react. He was already under her guard, kicking her chin. Hinata flew up in the air and Lee suddenly appeared in her shadow, delivering several sharp punches to paralyze her body. He was to unravel his bandages, just like he meant to do with Sasuke, but changed his opinion and simply struck Hinata hard a few more times. She landed on the floor bonelessly and remained unconscious. Hayate pronounced Lee's victory. What was that? Sasuke asked, yet again unable to follow that speed. His red dojutsu spun wild as he observed Lee with venomous intensity. That's one of Konoha's forbidden taijutsu moves, the First Lotus. It's a part of the forbidden technique that involves the use of celestial gates in one's body, Kakashi said as he eyed Guy, who was praising his student. What gates? Sakura asked while Naruto and Sasuke listened with avid interest. There are 8 points in human body that act as regulators for chakra flow and creation in us. It's possible to open them, thus allowing us to increase our energy exponentially, and speed and strength in turn. If you opened all of them, you'd be stronger than a Kage. Nice, Naruto said. And what are drawbacks for using them? Very good, Naruto, Kakashi said to the blonde. Essentially, such move leaves its user tired and often injured, since such technique puts enormous stresses on the body. It's like letting electricity going haywire, it burns out its conduit. Can be lethal if not executed properly. Obviously, Lee is quite good since he wasn't visibly impaired. In case of opening all of 8 gates, it's death sentence. No one can survive that. Using chakra like we do is safer then, Sasuke said, and for him that was it. The last 2 fights were kind of disappointing. Temari of the Sand trashed soundly Lee's female teammate who liked weapons too much to learn how to fight a ninjutsu user, and Kankuro of the Sand killed Tsurugi Misumi, a Konoha genin. In a clever way, he was hiding the fact he was a puppeteer. When Misumi used his rubber-like limbs to envelop Kankuro in a python-like hug, Kankuro revealed he was actually hidden in the backpack and manipulating his puppet to pretend it was him. He used the puppet to trap Misumi and kill him with inbuilt weaponry. Congratulations on your entry in the final round, Naruto. Hokage spoke with wry smile to Naruto, who was sitting with him in a small office somewhere in the surveillance base where prelims were held that day. Thanks, old man, Naruto grinned. He always enjoyed the praise from him. You have a difficult opponent, that Hyuga boy. I heard many good things about his skills. No worries, I'll win. I already know how. Do you? Sarutobi asked curiously. Sure. It's going to be a nice lesson in looking underneath the underneath, Naruto smirked. I see you've absorbed Kakashi's lessons well. Oh well, on to the real matter. Sarutobi now became serious. I've already heard the report of your teammates about Orochimaru. I want yours now. Naruto nodded. You know that he came to toy with Sasuke and do something nasty to him. He sent a large summon to get rid of me, but I got rid of it instead. I had it eat a few explosive tags in my stead. Stupid snake. Summons are not to be underestimated. Many are very intelligent and clever. Sarutobi admonished Naruto, unable to suppress his tendency to teach. Well, this one wasn't. When I got to my teammates, Orochimaru was already about to do what he wanted. I proved to be a little distraction, so I drew on what little of Kyuubi's power I could muster. That damn thing is sure stingy with it. You communicated with Kyuubi? Sarutobi eyed Naruto with worry. I wouldn't call it a communication. Kyuubi isn't exactly fond of me. Naruto spoke sharply, revealing his annoyance, and Sarutobi winced internally. But we've reached an understanding. He is willing to let me use his power, but only in serious situations. As long as I'm not about to die, I'm on my own. That also means I am not allowed to provoke such incidents. It hates stupid people. Strange. Wouldn't your death mean his death too? Sarutobi wondered curiously. He lit his trusty pipe. Hardly so, it can't die. He'd only reform somewhere else, after many years. Naruto informed Sarutobi. I was afraid of that. Sarutobi sighed. I take it Orochimaru also recognized you and took you more seriously. Not by much, but I managed to bluff him a little by threatening to unleash 2 tails of Kyuubi's chakra and endanger my teammates. He wasn't willing to deal with me and the ANBU at once. Nor he wanted me to harm Sasuke by accident. He believed you? Why not? A man like him will assume the worst of others, as everyone judges others by themselves as a measuring tape of kind. Orochimaru surely would have done it, so why wouldn't I? Indeed, Sarutobi agreed sadly. Also, I suggested he could do whatever he planned later anyway, and I said I needed Sasuke in fighting condition. I gambled there with his calculated outlook on life. It appealed to him that I was so cold to my comrades. And I think he's enjoying the weight, your alarm, and Sasuke's fear. And he's pretty sure he can walk around here unobstructed with his body masking techniques. Naruto added, unwilling to reveal that he knew Orochimaru was a body thief. That knowledge wasn't easily explained. You are very observant young man Naruto, Sarutobi said in the end. Again, your intelligence has served you well. Orochimaru is that kind of person, he enjoys mind games a great deal. Anything else you've noticed by chance? No matter how small it was. Naruto made a thinking face before answering. Well, like I said, he's very good at hiding his true face. What surprised me was that he was truly smelling like a girl. A real girl. My nose can tell a difference, you know. I guess it's one of those Jinchuriki things. Sarutobi blinked and straightened in his seat. How strange. And not unbelievable, not with him and his goal. What? Naruto asked but was ignored. Sarutobi was deep in thought, full of worry and low fear. Naruto deduced he also had an inkling of Orochimaru's body hopping. Considering Sarutobi's unease that was palpable to Naruto like a cold draft of air, it was very much true. Nothing. I just remembered something from the old days. Don't worry. You can go. I suggest you train hard through the next few weeks. Oh, I will, old man. Naruto waved goodbye to Sarutobi, who took no notice of his exit. When Naruto was gone, Sarutobi put his head in his arms, almost ready to cry. Orochimaru, what have you done? Chapter 9. When Naruto saw Kakashi waiting for him at the Ichiraku's, he grinned inwardly knowing what was coming. Hi, Kakashi-sensei, he said as he sat down next to the Jounin who was reading his pervy material. What's up? Well, Naruto, I'm in a quite tight spot, Kakashi said in a flat tone that revealed little of his emotions. What do you mean, sensei? Naruto pretended ignorance. He wasn't going to make this easy on the man. You know very well that I have to train you and Sasuke for the final round. And I can't be with both of you at the same time. Sure you can, just use shadow clones. Eat that pervy sensei. Naruto cackled in his head as he buried his face in the most delicious ramen in the world. Kakashi sighed. You know that I can't use them like you, actually no one can. Honestly, it's ridiculous how long your clones can exist and how far can you send them. Naruto's current record was 3 days and 20 kilometers, with 3 clones, which was scary and insane. So, you're choosing Sasuke over myself, Naruto said in a bleak voice, causing Kakashi to wince in guilt. I don't have any choice, not really. Gaara of the Sand will try his best to kill him, while Neji won't do that to you. Kakashi's excuse seemed solid. I see. Naruto stared in distance. You don't believe I can beat this Neji guy. It's not true. I just feel that saving Sasuke's life is more important at the moment. He isn't as strong as you are, and if what you said of Gaara is true, he's dead meat. I need every moment at my disposal to give Sasuke some chance to make it out of that fight alive. Wow, Sasuke better doesn't hear you. He'll be crushed by your low opinion of his abilities. Naruto joked. Kakashi just shrugged. I'm not blind, Naruto. Besides, Gaara is a dangerous ninja. Very powerful, very deadly. I know, that's why I don't get why do you think you can teach Sasuke anything in a month that would help him against Gaara. What we saw him do, that's just a tip of the iceberg. No matter how you train Sasuke, he won't be able to beat Gaara. I plan on teaching Sasuke how to survive that match, not to win it. Maybe he'll even weaken Gaara so that you could finish him off later. Kakashi said and paid for Naruto's bowl. I've already made arrangements for you to meet your temporary trainer. He's an elite ninja too, so I'm convinced he'll train you well. His name is Ebisu. Meet him tomorrow at the training field 17, exactly at 8 am. He is a bit arrogant and pompous, but he knows his stuff. Jareni. Kakashi was pretty much on spot with Ebisu. The guy was tall, athletic, and had a pompous attitude about a mile wide, mostly in terms of belief about his own abilities and in his attitude that demanded proper show of respect to those of certain station in life and so on. He was full of ideas about what was proper or not, about how people should think and behave. And he talked a lot. Naruto didn't force choke the man for one reason only: Ebisu was a decent sparring partner and had connections with some ANBU types who provided him with specific items Naruto needed to beat Neji. Ebisu showed decent appreciation of Naruto's plans, which also went in his favor. Right now, the two were sparring. Ebisu dashed forward, his palms striking towards the blonde genin in attempt to hit him, but Naruto slapped each aside and tried to kick Ebisu's knee. It was a fast and precise attack that forced Ebisu to vault in a side flip, then roll and do a quick leg swipe that Naruto avoided with a short jump and kunai throw at Ebisu's head. Naruto could have tried to kick Ebisu's head, but that would also draw a risk of being slapped on the leg by Ebisu in a simulated juken counter, as Ebisu demonstrated several times before. Ebisu rolled away, then flipped on his feet and vanished in a burst of speed. Naruto turned in time to block his low kick at his kneecap and to grab Ebisu's forearm for a body throw over his shoulder. Ebisu's other hand flashed forward, aiming for Naruto's lungs, so Naruto let go of his other arm, opting to stay out of his palm's range. Both ninjas were breathing heavily. They were fighting for quite a while. Impressive reaction time, Uzumaki, Ebisu commented while fixing his shades that hid his eyes. You're not too bad at this fake juken stuff either, Ebisu-sensei. Naruto sent a compliment to the man. He noticed Ebisu liked praise, so he used it whenever appropriate, without trying to look like a suck-up. They made several fast and furious exchanges of attacks and counters before Ebisu signaled it was time to stop. He wiped his forehead and straightened his jounin jacket carefully. It was a mark of his rank and he loved it. That's enough for today, Uzumaki, Ebisu said. We must relax, it's also a part of the training. Let's have you practice katas on the water. You may use your shadow clones for light sparring to learn katas better. I'll observe. He vanished in the swirl of leaves, and Naruto followed him in the same manner. It took a while to talk Ebisu into revealing how to perform the Shunshin, but with shadow clones Naruto learned it in 2 days. Also, the Force helped a lot with it because he always could see where he would end up in advance. They met again at the local hot spring. Its boiling water provided Naruto with sufficient incentive to maintain his footing above the surface, and he did so with ease. His clones either followed his moves or made short attacks that Naruto avoided with eyes closed. Ebisu looked at Naruto with approval. Despite his fears, the boy proved to be a hard worker with excellent grasp of shinobi tactics. Kakashi didn't exaggerate about his star pupil, who actually needed only gentle pushes in right directions to realize his vast potential. Ebisu also liked his respectful attitude, quick thinking and obedience, a model student and strong ninja in his own right. Ebisu heard an unpleasant giggle nearby and turned in annoyance to see who dared to disrupt the holy silence in the clearing behind women's bathhouse. He glared angrily at the shameless white-haired man who was sinfully peeking at women inside, violating their privacy and beautiful bodies. Ebisu shook his head of the unwanted imagery containing nude, big-breasted ladies and rushed the pervert to punish him. He was knocked out in a second. Naruto almost dropped in the boiling water as he saw Ebisu being taken down by some perverted ninja in a second. The guy didn't even look at Ebisu as he summoned a large toad who knocked out the jounin with her tongue. Ahem. Naruto cleared his throat from behind the white-haired summoner, now identified as Jiraiya of the Sannin. He was the only guy with the toad summoning contract. Go away, Jiraiya mumbled in annoyed tone, never looking at Naruto as he scribbled something on his notepad. I won't go away, you pervy bastard, Naruto hissed in a false angry outburst. You hurt my sensei, and I'll go to the ANBU and they'll take care of you. Jiraiya turned around so fast that he made it look like he switched sides without moving. He was sweating bullets and making panicked hand gestures. Come on, kid. It's just a small misunderstanding. He'll be just fine. I don't believe you. You attacked a Konoha nin, you gotta pay. But I'm also Konoha ninja. Jiraiya protested, still trying to stay unnoticed to avoid doing his boring duties as long as possible. Where's your headband? Naruto demanded sharply. Actually, don't tell me anything. I can't trust you, so I'll just go the ANBU. They can sort you out. Jiraiya grabbed Naruto in tight grip before he vanished and turned him around with friendly grin. Relax, kid. My headband is a mark of my status as a Toad Sennin. I'm Jiraiya of the Sannin. No way. Naruto faked disbelief. You're just an old perv. But Jiraiya wanted to whine, but he caught himself as he saw the evil glint in the boy's eyes. Brat, are you making fun of me? So what if I am? Naruto said nonchalantly. You deserved it. You've got some guts, kid, to fool with me. Not many genin would be so disrespecting. Who are you? Oh, come on, Naruto protested. You know very well who am I. My face betrays me. Naruto was talking about his whisker marks, which identified him to any Konoha person. That's true, Jiraiya admitted as he straightened to his full height. So you are Uzumaki Naruto. Whatcha doing here with that fop Ebisu? I was training for the final round of the Chunin exam, Naruto explained. Oh, you're that good already. I find it odd that the third would make Ebisu your jounin sensei, Jiraiya remarked casually, fishing for more info. Naruto felt no remorse for ratting Kakashi out to his idol. Hatake Kakashi is my real sensei, but he's too busy with Sasuke to train me. In his opinion, Sasuke needs his help more. How so? Jiraiya asked, out truly interested. He found it very surprising that Kakashi would favor one pupil over another, even if he was an Uchiha. Apparently, he fears that Gaara of the Sand, Hisuna's Jinchuriki by the way, will try to kill Sasuke. And Sasuke isn't strong enough to win now. Interesting, and he doesn't think you'll fight him too. Why? My opponent is Hyuga Neji, a genius of his clan. He is really good and Sensei is certain I can't beat him. Otherwise he'd have to count on me maybe fighting Gaara too. That made sense to Jiraiya even though he didn't approve of Kakashi's judgment. It was clear that he had more concerns for Sasuke than for Naruto. He'd have to have a word with the kid. Minato taught him better. Now it's your turn to do what's right, Naruto said with smile. Train me to beat another Jinchuriki. Jiraiya laughed. Why should I? I have duties too, you know? Maybe, but you also like to watch naked women. If I were to report your presence to a few kunoichi, I'm sure you'd find it very difficult to enjoy your little habit. You wouldn't. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, but he knew he was beaten. Try me. Naruto challenged the man, his face stony. What exactly do you want of me? Ebisu is a decent jounin. More than enough to prepare you for your matches. Like I said, I want to have a way to beat Gaara. He will be my opponent after I deal with that Hyuga prick. Huh, you're awfully certain you'll get him. That's foolish. The Hyuga clan is feared with a good reason, Jiraiya said in annoyance. Naruto described his plan to Jiraiya, who found himself amused by it. It had that devilish cunning Naruto's mother was known for. He liked it. All right, I admit your plan is clever, maybe it will work. It's pretty rare to see genin who goes for tricks instead of brute force. But that won't work on a demon, tend to be awfully strong and immune to most tricks. With them, it's either brute strength or sealing. And you can't teach me any seals in a month, Naruto said. That's right, kid. But no worries. I've got just the right kind of brute force. You like to be the newest toad summoner? Jiraiya grinned widely. He couldn't have done better if he planned it. It was the night before the final round of the exam. Naruto was resting in his apartment, meditating and focusing on the coming matches, and he knew what was going on. His teacher had spied around the village, gathering data and observing Konoha's surroundings. It was really hard to miss the signs. These shinobi were not as clever as they thought. Aren't you going to warn the old fool? Avarice asked Naruto as his spirit coalesced in front of Naruto, red aura surrounding him. Why? I'm sure he already knows. You must have noticed changes in security patterns of the village. Naruto answered in an unconcerned manner. Indeed, but they don't expect a team of Orochimaru's servants to perform a large summoning outside the west wall. Avarice replied in equal manner. By the way, that sick jounin from the preliminary phase is dead. He was killed by the sand jounin with mask over half of his face. Now I'm sure that the old man is aware of the impending invasion. How pathetic of these morons from the sand to be discovered so soon. Naruto scoffed. It wasn't their fault. That Kabuto boy led the sick jounin to the meeting place on purpose, although he hid it well. Avarice informed Naruto. Oh, Naruto spoke in surprise. That's strange. Or maybe not. It seems that Orochimaru intends to swindle both villages while he kills the third. He goes away with both villages too weak to attack him back. Avarice laughed evilly. Ah, so you are aware he killed the Kazekage? Of course. When he came this morning with his false face, I sensed it immediately. You are becoming a master of the Force, Naruto. That is good, very good. Avarice purred in satisfaction of a teacher pleased with his student. Thank you, master. Naruto bowed slightly. What should we do then? Nothing. Avarice spoke coldly. Tomorrow you must survive. Let the village fend for itself. The third dies tomorrow by his own hand. I have foreseen it. A pity, Naruto said, feeling some regret over it. You could save his life, Avarice offered glibly, testing Naruto's resolve and loyalty to Sith teachings. And reveal myself before time is right? No. Naruto's response was cold and resolute. Very well, tomorrow you will conquer your last link to this place. Your last weakness. Darth Avarice intoned, and Naruto closed his eyes, knowing it was his last test before becoming a true Sith. The day of the exam was sunny, warm, and welcoming, totally opposite of what was going to happen in the next few hours. Naruto and the rest of finalists were lined up on the hard soil of the Chunin exam stadium. The only one missing was Sasuke. Spectators were crowded in their seats, a mass of sweating and colorfully dressed people filling the air with noise of their voices and cries. And many of them were cleverly disguised spies and enemy ninjas. The ANBU were also subtly occupying spaces behind the crowd, almost unseen. But some did know of them, like Naruto. He could sense the underlying tension in many shinobi. They were ready for war. "All right, guys. I'm Shiranui Gunma, your new proctor," said a Konoha jounin with looks like Mizuki's, except he seemed older and he had a large senbon in the corner of his mouth. "The rules of the combat are the same as in preliminaries. Any questions? No? Good. Now all of you get lost except Uzumaki and Hyuga." Only Naruto and Neji remained standing opposite of each other. Everyone on the stadium was deathly silent. The expectations of this match were high. "I see that you're very self-confident, Uzumaki." Neji spoke coldly to Naruto. He obviously liked to belittle his opponents. "I say it's unfounded. Fate has decreed that you will lose, because it pitted you against me. There is a vast, uncrossable gulf in ability between us, and no amount of training can cross it. You can't win." Naruto just smirked confidently in response to Neji's monologue. "I see that there is nothing I can do to convince you that I'm right. Prepare yourself to suffer a humiliating defeat." Neji spoke and assumed the Juken stance, his Byakugan activated. Naruto acted first by sending for shadow clones to engage Neji while he studied his reactions. As he was suspecting, Neji was quite skilled and managed to defeat his clones with a single strike for each. "Is that your best?" Neji sneered at Naruto, again in his starting stance. "More trash is just trash in the end. You will lose." "Come on then, get me if you can." Naruto challenged the boy while throwing down several smoke grenades that produced a thick shroud of smoke. Neji's Byakugan saw easily through it and he smirked as he saw several different versions of Naruto clones and he rushed eagerly in. He speared those closest to him. They were made of dirt and then he danced with others, baiting them into blind attacks. He had to admit those clones were able to guess his position pretty well. They probably relied on the sound. But nonetheless, they were defeated and he saw the last Naruto retreat from the smoke, so he followed. Naruto created several clones again and these blocked Neji's attack. This time Neji found them much harder to hit. They attacked with more coordination, covering for each other. But Neji was better, faster. Yet the blonde would always send more groups of 4 and 5 who nipped at Neji's defenses like hungry wolves. For the first time Neji was beginning to worry about his chances for victory. His enemy had obviously decided to tire him out, and he had the chakra to actually pull it off. His breathing was getting ragged, his vision swam slightly. "It's getting to you, isn't it?" Naruto asked with a wide knowing grin. "What do you mean, loser? I can fight for a long time." Neji scowled in disdain, even though he felt like shit currently. Those clones drove him hard. "Yeah, right. With that much poison in your lungs, I doubt you'll last more than 2 minutes from now." Naruto cackled. "What?" "That's right, Neji. I poisoned you. Did you really think I was actually stupid enough to believe you couldn't see through the smoke? I was just baiting you, so you would enter and breathe in some of my special smoke." "But you breathed it too," Neji said and realized it was getting harder to breathe. "No, I just pretended to breathe. All you saw me do was to move my lungs as if I was breathing. You saw everything, but didn't really understand what was going on. What use is your bloodline when you can't think properly?" Naruto smirked and created 10 more clones that rushed Neji in 3 waves. Neji run and weaved, dodged and ducked, while using his remaining strength to beat them, but his body was getting sluggish and it was harder and harder to hit them. In last-ditch attempt to get them out of his way, he spun quickly. "Kaiten!" he yelled, producing a spinning wall of chakra that obliterated remaining clones. "Wow, that's cool," Naruto said, and he meant it. To use chakra in such a way was a great trick. He decided to copy it as soon as possible. "Too bad it can't help you now." "I can still fight," Neji said defiantly. "No, you can't," Naruto said and vanished from his spot, only to appear behind Neji, who spun around to strike him with his fingers. "Too slow," Naruto said as he caught Neji's hand and twisted it quickly. It broke at the elbow joint with a dry snap. Neji screamed and tried with the other hand, but Naruto caught it too, blocked Neji's knee and headbutted him. Neji staggered backwards, his face bleeding. Naruto kicked him in the groin, making most of men in the audience wince in sympathy. And then he finished him with a high kick to the head that sent Neji flying for full 3 meters. Naruto calmly approached the unconscious boy and extracted a needle injector. "What the hell is that?" Genma said as he appeared with the shunshin next to Naruto. "The antidote, what else?" Naruto said calmly. "I can't leave him like that. The drug might stop his breathing." "Okay, give it to him," Genma said, and Naruto injected Neji with a whitish liquid. "Where did you get the lung inhibitor anyway?" Though it was restricted only to Jounins and ANBU. "I happen to know a Jounin who also knows a few ANBU agents." Naruto smirked. Genma shook his head. "It figures you would." "Winner, Uzumaki Naruto," Genma announced, and people begun cheering on Naruto as he was leaving the arena. "Huh, what do you know, the brat actually beat the Hyuga asshole," Anko commented to Kurenai, who was standing next to her with other Jounin senseis of rookies. Then she started to jump happily. I'm rich. You actually bet on him to win?" Asuma spoke with subdued voice. "Of course. The kid is a killer. Anyone could see that." "Ha, you bet on the Hyuga. How much did you lose?" "That's my business." Asuma huffed and lighted another smoke. "Poor Asuma, you won't be able to buy so many smokes for a while." Anko cooed to him in fake sympathy, and Kurenai giggled at that. She too hated Asuma's smoking. Further away from them, the rookies sat in shock. Actually, it was Tenten who remained speechless. "Cha! Take that bastard!" Sakura voiced her opinion silently. She was still smarting from the humiliating defeat by Neji. "Wow, forehead. I didn't know that Naruto was that strong," Ino commented. "Of course he is, even Sasuke-kun said so once." Sakura huffed in offended tone. "He's really got a lot of chakra and is quite sneaky. That thing with poison, nobody would have thought of it." "Right?" Ino answered thoughtfully. "Do you think he can beat Sasuke-kun?" "No," Sakura answered hotly. Then she appeared to think about it. "Actually, I don't know. But Sasuke-kun is surely a lot stronger now. He and Kakashi-sensei were training together for the whole month." "Isn't that kind of biased?" Choji asked while he munched on his chips. "No," Sakura said resolutely. "I know for a fact that sensei asked another elite jounin to help Naruto." "Really?" Ino wondered. "Sure. I heard that he also trains Hokage's grandson." Ino and Choji shuddered. They remembered the annoying nephew of Asuma's who would go around griping about becoming the next Hokage after he beat the third. His sensei had to be a saint to stay on as his teacher. "Congratulations, Naruto, you were sneaky as usual," Shikamaru said in his lazy drawl as Naruto emerged on the balcony where the rest of finalists were. "Thanks, Shika. I can't wait to see what will you do." Naruto grinned evilly and Shikamaru winced. His mother heard him complain about having to fight a girl. She tore him a new one loud and clear. He had to fight. "Proctor, I forfeit." Kankuro of the Sand spoke loudly as was his turn to fight Shino. Every spectator booed at him. It was cowardly. Soon, it was Shikamaru's turn to face Temari of the Sand. It was an interesting match of wits and patience, although the audience didn't like all that waiting and positioning. It was a hard matchup. The girl was a powerful long to mid-range wind user, while the Nara was limited to only one jutsu, the shadow imitation. It relied upon him extending his own shadow to catch Temari's. That proved difficult since Temari knew of his jutsu and was careful to stay away and blast him with her wind attacks. But that didn't work, so they attempted to outmaneuver each other. After his last attempt, which involved making a makeshift balloon out of his jacket and kunai to extend his shadow range, Shikamaru gave up. He was low on chakra and the girl was too smart to fall for his traps. Temari wasn't too happy with such a victory, but didn't look into horse's teeth. Naruto merely smirked when Genma called out for Sasuke to face Gaara. Sasuke was still not at the stadium. "Hey Naruto," Kiba called out to the blonde. "Where is that Uchiha-ass? Did he chicken out?" "Nope. I think he and Sensei are going to be fashionably late. Naruto smirked in return. He's not worried about being disqualified? Kiba asked incredulously. Kiba, we're talking about Sasuke, the last loyal Uchiha. Naruto pointed out to the dog boy who looked annoyed at that revelation. You're right, that prick could get away with almost anything. I hate him. Kiba grouched and was even more annoyed when it was confirmed. Sasuke and Gaara's match was moved for later, while Kiba and Lee were called to fight. Chapter 10. After one forfeit and one long, boring match of wits, the crowd was now hooting for two new fighters to have a real battle. They wanted to see blows exchanged, strange jutsus fired and so on. That's why Kiba and Lee were greeted with loud cheers and a great hush fell suddenly, like a calm before the storm. Kiba Nad Akamaru faced Lee, who assumed his good guy pose and gave Kiba a thumbs-up sign. Yash, let's do our best Inuzuka-san. Let these people see our youth burn brighter than the sun. Sure. Kiba blinked as his eyes caught the shine of Lee's perfectly white teeth. He could have sworn he heard a zing sound or something like it. Lee vanished from his spot, and Kiba rolled down, avoiding his kick. Akamaru jumped at Lee, his jaws clicking audibly as they missed his tie. Kiba already recovered and rushed at Lee with his sharp nails, trying to claw the older genin, but Lee was too quick. The audience oohed and awed. Finally, a straightforward hand-to-hand match. Hey, you're fast. Kiba smiled at the green-clad boy. So am I. Kiba's new speed brought him quickly close to Lee, to make him unable to use his powerful kicks. Lee proved adept at hand techniques as well. His sharp punches and hammer blows were more than a match for Kiba's angry swipes and kicks. They moved around in quick steps, trying to hit each other, but to no avail. Finally, they separated by long back jumps and took a short rest. Yash, you're really good fighter, Inuzuka-san. Lee complimented the dog user. Guy-sensei was right. I will have to go all the way to win. Lee kneeled and unlatched the fastenings that served to secure his weights around his forelegs, and threw them aside where they landed with a loud bang and made a large crater. Kiba's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Akamaru whined. We're screwed. Kiba thought with grimace, and he ate one of his soldier pills quickly. He threw another to Akamaru, who ate it too and turned into his bigger, red-furred version. Lee's newfound speed made him nearly invisible to spectators, except for those who were ninjas. He blurred past Kiba's guard, easily avoiding his impressive slashes and swipes, even though Kiba was in his bestial mode. It didn't work against Guy's student, who runs circles around Kiba, hitting him occasionally as he passed him by. Everyone gaped in amazed wonder as Kiba and his red dog were being kicked around like pinballs. Lee's speed was insane, but even he had to stop for a second or two to catch his breath, and that's when Kiba acted. He threw smoke grenades at Lee and quickly jumped high, forming his trademark double-piercing Fang attack with Akamaru. Two spinning tornadoes of flesh and claws moved at much greater velocities, enough so they could actually hurt Lee. In the smoke, Lee used his hearing as taught to him by Guy, who knew very well what one Inuzuka could do, and dodged initial assaults, even if it was unseen by spectators. He focused on his body and concentrated hard. Kiba and Akamaru were coming back again. Lee, with his first gate open, disappeared again and launched a mighty downward kick at one of his spinning attackers. The kick sent Akamaru reeling, his spin and hinge broken, and Kiba launched himself to catch his injured partner. Lee landed hard, his leg hurt by the attack. Kiba glared at Lee angrily. Akamaru was unconscious. He ate another pill and attacked again. Lee was dodging, but barely, and Kiba managed to hit him once, leaving 4 long lines of blood on his back. Lee ignored the wound and focused his mind again. He knew he had to end this now. He was hurt and had one more chance to end this. As Kiba attacked again, spinning madly, Lee opened 3 celestial gates in his body. His muscles bulged. His skin was getting reddish color. He jumped, leaving a small crater in the ground, and suddenly he appeared in front of Kiba, delivering a powerful front kick that sent Kiba flying backwards. Lee touched down and vanished again, appearing below Kiba, and jumped to smash him down with double-handed strike to his sternum. Kiba landed with a mighty crash, forming a crater in the ground. Blood flew from his mouth and ears. His limbs were splayed wide. Lee landed down and fell on his knee. His left leg couldn't hold him anymore. He rose slowly, visibly in pain now. Genma appeared next to him and checked Kiba out. He saw that the Inuzuka was out and that Lee was not. "Kid, can you walk?" he asked Lee, who nodded. "Winner is Rock Lee," Genma announced, and the crowd went wild. Lee stared in amazement at such a scene and smiled happily, hopping slightly on one foot. "Guy-sensei, I made it!" he yelled to his idol and teacher. "Excellent, Lee," Guy yelled loudly amongst his fellow jounins. "Your fires of youth shine bright today. Now get some rest." "Yes, Guy-sensei," Lee saluted quickly and marched away from the field. Naruto narrowed his eyes in irritation. Sasuke wasn't just fashionably late, he was very close to being disqualified. The audience was booing and protesting again. They wanted to see the last Uchiha in action. "Where is he?" Gaara demanded coldly as he turned to look at rookies from Konoha. "How the hell are we supposed to know that?" Naruto scoffed at Gaara and looked him in the eye coldly. "And don't talk to me like that again, or I'll redecorate your face, raccoon." Naruto grinned viciously as Gaara's siblings paled in fear. It was caused by two things. First, no one talked to Gaara like that, and second, why did this Konoha guy call Gaara a raccoon? Naruto pushed on their minds with the force, sending them a massive dose of fear. They visibly trembled as his eyes flashed from cerulean blue into crimson slits. To his disappointment, Gaara failed to take a hint and grinned maniacally at Naruto, his bloodlust rising. "My mother shall taste your blood," Gaara said, and was to walk towards the blonde, but then he whirled around. Something was going on in the field. Next to the proctor, air shimmered and leaves appeared as if carried by an invisible storm. Out of them, two figures shimmered into existence. Kakashi and Sasuke stood back to back, making a very showy entrance. The audience roared with approval. Gaara vanished from the balcony in a burst of sand. It was the sand Shunshin in action. "Shino, Shikamaru, get ready to grab those two when I give the word," Naruto ordered coldly to his fellow rookies. "You know something?" Shikamaru whispered out of the corner of his mouth, taking care not to be overheard by San's siblings who were too preoccupied with their brother. "I do have a hunch, Shika," Naruto said in answer. "That Kankuro guy forfeited and then argued with his sister about saving his tricks for some plan." "How did you learn that?" "I have very big ears." Naruto grinned and Shikamaru sighed. Naruto was always a bit secretive. "I concur with your assessment, Uzumaki-san." Shino added his 2 cents. "I believe something is amiss with San Genins. Kankuro-san doesn't seem like a type to forfeit his match." "All right, but you better get them, Shino. I don't really have much chakra left." Shikamaru finally agreed. "Don't worry, I'm already working on a small genjutsu to confuse them for a short time. You will get them," Naruto murmured, unconcerned with being heard. A little application of the force made it so that they all seemed to talk about Sasuke and Gaara. Naruto had to admit it, Sasuke did get stronger. He was able to move like Lee and pummel Gaara despite his sand shield that wasn't fast enough to react to Sasuke's speedy assaults. "How is that possible?" Lee whispered as he watched the Uchiha move like he did. He was devastated by Sasuke's casual display of his hard-earned skill. Took him more than a year to get there, yet the genius Uchiha did it in a month. "That's the true power of the Sharingan," Naruto spoke to Lee, and everyone else from Konoha took care to pay attention to his words, even though they still observed Sasuke running circles around Gaara. "He copied your taijutsu from those few instances he saw you use it, and then he trained for the whole month to emulate your style. Kakashi-sensei probably helped him there. He is also quite skilled in that way since he has known Guy-sensei for years." "But you can't just copy my speed or strength," Lee protested almost angrily so. "I must disagree," Shino said. "Goken is not just mere martial arts style. It's a ninja taijutsu style that relies on internal chakra enhancement, and that is what Uchiha-san copied." Unlike you, he can use chakra to make up for his lack of speed and strength. Lee sighed sadly, realizing that no matter what he did, someone could always find a way to best him. But then he fiercely swore to himself to improve even more, to become so strong that it wouldn't matter if he couldn't use chakra like everyone else. Naruto smiled as he read Lee's thoughts and focused back on Sasuke. As he suspected, Sasuke was getting tired. He was forced to stop twice already to gather more chakra, and the last time he twitched in pain. A copy was just that, a mere reflection of the original. Sasuke was able to imitate Lee, nothing more. He couldn't use his moves as well as Lee, and that was visible to someone with the skill to see it. But most of ninjas were just too impressed with his copying ability to see it for what it was. Finally, the last line of Gaara's defense was crumbling. His sand armor was being chipped away by Sasuke's forceful kicks. Gaara was being thrown around like a rag doll. So he hid under the dome of thick sand. Sasuke tried to break through it, but suddenly erupting deadly spikes changed his mind. He stood there for a while, studying the barrier, and then formed a decision. Sasuke spun around and raced back to the wall of the arena, using it to stick himself on it. Naruto focused his senses on him, and he saw him form several seals and grip his right wrist as chakra was being channeled there in extreme quantities. Sasuke's fist seemed to be holding a piece of lightning that was chirping loudly as he tore forward, leaving a deep trench in the wall and earth behind him. His speed was phenomenal, almost untraceable to normal eyes. Naruto immersed himself in the force deeply as he reached out to see Sasuke better. Immediately, Sasuke and the whole world slowed to a snail's pace. Colors dimmed at first, then brightened to a neon-like quality before regaining their normal, but much sharper intensity. Sounds flowed like a tide, but each clearer than ever. The whole world seemed more alive, but it was Naruto who was in fact more in tune with it. Naruto was able to follow Sasuke's movement with ease, and he smiled as he saw his two tomos spin around, absorbing the information and relaying it to Sasuke's mind. Naruto could see how it all worked. Contrary to the popular belief, there was nothing magical about the Sharingan. It was an eye jutsu in a literal sense. Chakra powered it, causing its coloring and working. Sasuke's eyes changed color because coils in his eyes were full of energy that changed the structure of his eyes a little, altering the way they refracted and absorbed the light. Because their structure was altered, they absorbed the light much better than normal, and that resulted in a far better eyesight that included more detailed vision and chakra perception. Another change occurred down the optical system, and it was tied into Sasuke's perception of time. The Sharingan caused a feedback reaction in Sasuke's perception areas of the brain, allowing for more intensive processing of the extra data being channeled into it. That caused the slowing down of external. It was Sasuke's brain that operated at a slightly faster rate. The eye itself regulated that process, since only few people possessed the actual control of their chakra to do that on purpose without frying their brains. Ninjas mostly had to let their bodies and chakra do it on their own, otherwise they were risking sensory overload and loss of sight or other senses. And the precognition wasn't that at all, it was just a very good guess of what was going to happen next. The Sharingan at its maximum was able to pick up on many details of the enemy's movement, and with a faster ratio of processing of all those informations at once, the Uchiha were able to make a pretty solid guess of what would happen if a person moved this or that way. Compounded with experience, that ability was almost error-free. That's why only raw speed and greater power or skill could defeat the Sharingan. It was only as good as was its user. Naruto saw that Sasuke would hit Gaara by sheer luck, and refocused his attention on Gaara's siblings. He slammed them with a powerful force psionic wave, paralyzing them for a few moments. Their minds went blank. When Gaara's sand dome fell apart to reveal him with a bleeding shoulder and babbling maniacally, Naruto nodded to Shikamaru, whose hands formed a seal and his shadow grabbed onto shadows of Gaara's brother and sister. Shino's bugs erupted from under his long coat and encircled them. Then the Genjutsu struck the whole stadium, but no one among contestants fell to it. Naruto appeared next to sniveling Gaara, intending to finish him off but had to roll aside to avoid the attack of his sensei. Gamma moved between them, and suddenly Sasuke fell down screaming as one ANBU agent just extracted a long needle from his neck. Naruto eyed the masked traitor, who was actually Kabuto in disguise. "Hello, Naruto-kun," Kabuto said, cheerfully standing over Sasuke's fallen form. He removed his mask. "So, you're Orochimaru's man," Naruto said as if he realized it just then. "Indeed I am, and this was the perfect chance to give Sasuke-kun the gift he so deserves. After all, it was your idea to wait for a better time." Orochimaru-sama was pleased with his display of talent, so I was given a go to brand him with Orochimaru-sama's cursed seal. "It looks painful," Naruto noticed as Sasuke was burning with fever. "Nothing's gained without some pain, Naruto-kun," Kabuto chided. Suddenly Lee blurred in, trying to land a kick at Kabuto, who casually avoided it and swiped his palms at Lee, who fell down and was unable to walk. It happened so quickly that no one could act. "Ha, as if one pitiful genin could best me. I'm as good as Hatake Kakashi." "What did you do to him, traitor?" Ganma growled. "I just cut tendons in his legs. He won't walk for a while unless you find a friendly medic near to fix him." Kabuto grinned, then slowly distanced himself from Sasuke and approached Gaara. "Can you do anything for him?" Baki asked Kabuto, who checked Gaara, careful not to antagonize the mad genin. "Not here, I must take him away, our plan is not ruined yet," Kabuto said. "Good. Take him away and then fix him so he can wreak havoc on Konoha. I'll take care of Konoha Nins." Kabuto nodded and took Gaara away with him, using the Shunshin to escape the war zone. "Uzumaki, go and stop them at any cost," Genma ordered to the blonde. "But take care of the green idiot and your teammate first." "Hi," Naruto said and took Lee in a fireman's carry. Then he created a shadow clone to take Sasuke. He made a step and vanished too. His clone copied his actions. "You Konoha bastards, so arrogant," Baki scoffed disdainfully. "What do you think that he can do against Gaara?" Genma smiled coldly. "I think he can do a lot, unlike some people. We have a saying here, fight fire with fire it goes." Baki paused as he connected the dots. "No, you can't have one of them." Genma laughed. "And how did you think our fourth Hokage defeated the Kyuubi?" Baki cursed as he launched himself at the senbon-chewing bastard. Naruto sighed in annoyance as he landed in the rather short alley between Konoha's civilian buildings to deposit his cargo. Sasuke and Lee. "What are you doing, Naruto-san?" Lee asked as he painfully sat on the ground, his legs now useless. "It's far too risky to carry you two around. The enemy will see us and I won't be able to protect you two as well as I should," Naruto said. "And here is the manhole for you to hide in with Sasuke until this whole mess is over." "But, Lee tried to protest, but Naruto shook his head negatively. "You do realize you're not combat able at the moment, don't you?" Lee looked down. His answer was not necessary. "Look, it's not your fault, but you can still be a useful comrade and protect Sasuke. I can't take him to the hospital. It's probably under attack right now and there is no one able to help him. I suspect that even without this attack, no one would have been able to help anyway." "You're right. I'll do my best to protect Sasuke-san." Lee smiled widely, giving to Naruto another one of his blinding smiles. "Good. Just hide down there and I'll pick you up later. Good luck," Naruto said and left Lee with two of his clones to help him go down the manhole. Naruto went back to the stadium. He needed help. Although he could find Gaara and Kabuto on his own, he didn't believe he could deal with both of them alone, not plausibly so. There would be questions later of what he did, and more importantly, how he did what he did, so he had to conceal his true skills yet again. It was frustrating to have to hide his true powers, but he wasn't stupid. His time would come. On the way back, he got ambushed by 4 sound ninjas who encircled him on the roof of a building near the stadium. "Look what's come our way, guys." One of them, maybe a few years older than Naruto, said. "A live target," another snickered, hefting a chain and spiked metal ball on its end. "You took the word from my mouth." Naruto chuckled viciously as his palms rose sideways. Blue-white lightning bolts spearing 2 of his would-be killers. But they didn't stay with them. Instead, they jumped on their comrades, making a bizarre scene where 4-sound shinobi were twitching and jerking in the air comically while their bodies were being literally cooked by the high-voltage currents. After a minute, Naruto dropped his palms and 4 corpses thudded on the roof. Naruto smiled and sighed in relief. At least he got to blow some steam off in the end. He reached the stadium quickly and carefully picked his way between combatants, using the force to make everyone ignore his presence. He found Kabuto's ANBU mask and chuckled softly. That guy sure did make it easy for him. He found Kakashi cutting a bloody swathe trough attacking ninjas, and Naruto had to give him props for the sheer skill and ease with which he killed them. He actually looked bored. "Kakashi-sensei," he yelled at him to draw his attention. "Yo Naruto, what's up?" Kakashi said and killed another stupid ninja trying to sneak up on him. "I need your help. Gaara-san is taken by that traitor Kabuto out of the combat zone. He plans to heal him so he could unleash his Biju on Konoha." "Where is Sasuke?" Kakashi asked as he couldn't see his other pupil anywhere. "He's in another part of the village with Lee," Naruto said, deciding against telling him about Sasuke's condition. There were greater concerns now. "All right, so what's this?" Kakashi asked as he noticed the mask in Naruto's hand. "This is Kabuto's mask. He was pretending to be one of the ANBU. I think your summons may use it to get his scent." "You're right. Summoning," Kakashi said and brought forth Pakin, a small, deep-voiced pug. "Hey Kakashi, what's the emergency?" "I need you to track this scent Pakin. Fast," Kakashi said and gave him the mask to sniff at. "Reeks of snakes," Pakin said with disgust. "But I can follow his trail. Follow me." In the end, they picked up 2 extra people, Shino and Shikamaru, who were done with Gaara's siblings. But their little troop had to part their ways soon. "I smell 7. No 8 shinobi behind us, Kakashi," Pakin said in worried tone. "And they seem to be heading straight for us." Kabuto must have called for backup," Kakashi mused. "There will be at least 1 Jounin to aid them." "So, who's going to stop them?" Naruto asked as they were running through thick treetops, the whole area intersected by shafts of bright sunlight. It made for confusing battleground, at least for those unused to Konoha's environment. "I'll stay and stop them," Shikamaru said, while it was clear he hated the idea. "Stopping Gaara and this Kabuto guy will be hard enough as it is, and I doubt that I'd be of any help there." "True, Kabuto claimed to be as good as Kakashi-sensei," Naruto said in turn, hiding his surprise at Shika's courage. Kakashi looked at Shikamaru and sighed. He too understood what was on stake, but he didn't like it at all. "I will help Nara-san," Shino said calmly. "It is only logical we can set a double-layered trap for those behind us. We can pull it off." That seemed to mollify Kakashi's misgivings about sending 2 relatively inexperienced genin in an unknown combat situation. "Very well, but make sure to get the Jounin in the end. He is your biggest concern." Hi, Shikamaru grunted, still unbelieving of his own actions. Shino followed after him silently, and soon they were all alone. That didn't make Shikamaru feel any better. It didn't take too long before their pursuers made themselves known. They were supposed to anyway. 8 men in bland gray uniforms and with sound headbands emerged from shadows looking for their quarry, and Shikamaru acted quickly. His shadow snagged theirs easily. There were shadows aplenty around. "Huh? I can't move," one sound Nin said, and others grew alarmed as well. They saw Shikamaru then. "So this is the famous shadow capture jutsu of the Nara clan," the oldest among them sneered. "It's called the shadow imitation now," Shikamaru said, his body showing some strain as he struggled to hold all of them still. "Whatever, you're running out of chakra already. And when you do, you're dead," the sound Nin growled. "I think not." Shino spoke calmly as his bugs descended on them, and they started to scream loudly as they were being sucked dry by chakra-eating insects. Then a figure flashed between Shino and Shikamaru, in more colorful clothes, but still unmistakably a sound ninja. He slashed contemptuously at them with his kunais, cutting them across their throats. They fell down clutching their wounds, and the jounin sneered. "A couple of brats managed to kill a group of idiots," he said as he watched other sound Nin's trash on the ground. He was to move, to catch up with other Konoha ninjas, but found himself paralyzed. "Correction, we are about to kill some idiots," Shikamaru said as he was holding his hands in a sign for his jutsu. "You, how?" the jounin asked as he struggled to move. "We knew there was a jounin with these incompetents, so we set a double trap. What you killed were Shino's bug clones, while we were hidden behind them with a genjutsu. Indeed, my sensei is not called the genjutsu mistress for nothing," Shino said, and a part of shadows came alive, becoming a mass of chittering insects that overtook the form of the hapless ninja from the Sound Village. Their hunger was substantial since their master had to expand some of his own chakra to create that genjutsu. Shikamaru sat in the ground and sighed in relief. He only hoped that Naruto and Kakashi were successful.